Morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship Collins Division, live coming at you from Baltimore, Maryland. Once again, my name is Charles Reinke. I'll be leading you through the best of five finals that we're about to see. I'm joined by none other than Nits Chagti. We'll get her on screen shortly. There she is. Hi, Nits. Good morning. How are you feeling?
Good morning. Hey, Charles. I'm feeling great. I'm so excited for this final matchup. This is going to be incredible.
So we've got two great players coming for you shortly. We've got Alec Sjoholm, the 2019 NWL winner, and Dennis Ikekeregor, who's got plenty of accolades both in Africa and over here stateside. Both of them had an exceptional performance in the main event, the first 28 rounds of the main event. They did so well that they get to play each other for the next 3 to 5 games. We're doing a best of 5 finals here. It could go either way, but we're going to have some great games of Scrabble coming up for you shortly.
I think this is going to be a really great time for us all. Dennis, of course, has been really hamming it up here on the stream. He has played some incredible moves. He's taken down giants that, honestly, I feel sometimes in the chat we didn't think was possible. He's finding incredible plays, and he's really taking people down. He has played so well, and he really does deserve to be up here, along with Alec Sjoholm, as you mentioned, former NWL champion. And it's fantastic to see Alec here on the Collins side, the International Lexicon. It'd be great to see these games today. I'm so glad that you guys are here to join us. Charles, what are you hoping? Are you hoping that we just get, like a knockout 3-0, or would you like this to extend all the way to the 5 games?
So last year, I believe Josh Castellano won his final series in 3 games, maybe a little bit anticlimactic after a very exciting tournament. I think I'm rooting for as many games as possible, but then again, I've been doing commentary for the past 5 days. If they let me off a little bit early, I don't think I could complain about that either.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to be the deserter here. I'm going to say I would love to see the 5 games come down, mostly because I know that it's going to be incredible Scrabble all the way around. It's just going to be so much more content and so much more entertainment for us. I'm really glad that I get to be here with you, Charles. I really think that, you're gonna take us through this, and it's just going to be some really fun commentary coming for you guys.
Yeah, if I collapse from exhaustion at a certain point, Nits, you'll have to do it solo, but I think I can power through here. We're going to have some great games. While we wait for players to get situated, we're going to do probably the first of many reminders. You should be liking this video and subscribing to Let's Play Scrabble. We're early in the morning, so there's not too many likes yet, but we can start pumping up that number early. I've been hammering this point the whole stream. At this point, I feel like if you see my face, you automatically think this guy's going to tell me to like something. The goal is, if you see me at a tournament and you just see my face, you think, oh, I should be liking a video. You reach for your mouse, it's not there. You're looking for a non-existent like button, it's nowhere to be found. That's the Pavlovian response that we need here.
We need to get you a shirt that has like a like button and a subscribe, just so that, we can associate it better. And also, at the Let's Play Scrabble channel, it is run, of course, by our wonderful producer, Josh Greenway, whose birthday it is today. So drop your happy birthdays in the chat, folks.
Yep, everybody make sure to wish our producer a very happy birthday. I don't know how many years it is. I don't think we're supposed to know how many years it is, but it's a nice, healthy amount of years. We hope for many more of those years to make sure that the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel continues to operate as well as it has.
Absolutely. And thank you, of course, to everyone behind the scenes. Heidi Robertson, of course, giving us our annotations. NASPA Scrabble, that has given us this stream. Bob Lynn, of course. And where would we be without learning tools like NASPA Zizva? I believe those are the kind of things that you want to use when you want to be getting better at Scrabble, so you can make your way up to live commentary too.
Exactly. I think most of the players we've seen on stream are using Zizva or something similar to it to learn these words. There's really no other way to do it. There's just too many words to learn. The players we're about to see have learned most, if not all of them. I know Alec in particular, very feared for his word knowledge. He's very adept with blanks. But Dennis, I feel like, has been playing for such a long time, playing high-level competition in Africa here and in the States. He's an extremely seasoned competitor. As we've seen, he's pulled out some crazy wins on stream, totally out of left field. We did not expect him to get some of those wins that he did. So this is going to be a fantastic matchup.
I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. That's just how the tile gods favor some players sometimes, which is not to say that Dennis is here only because of luck or anything like that. These players have fought it out against the best of the best. They're here because of their tenacity, because they're strong, incredible players. They're here because they deserve to be. And we're going to have some incredible games coming for you guys today. I'm so glad that you're all here.
I feel like we lost you for a bit there, Nits, but yeah, I think we're still waiting for a player to get to the table. So we're going to do a little bit more talking here. Oh, it looks like we're getting word from our producer that both players are at the table. We'll be able to start shortly. You see everybody back there milling around. Everybody else in the tournament that's not a finalist is playing 3 games this afternoon, and it looks like they're all waiting for pairings. So if I'm Alec and Dennis, I'm telling all those nearby to please be quiet. I'm playing for $4,000.
Oh my gosh, you can imagine that I'd be the first one. If I was up there, I'd be like, no way. I need my earplugs and I need to focus. And Dennis now shuffling the bag because it's Alec to go first. Let's see where the tiles fall.
So we've got a little bit of a scant preview here. Both players sitting at 0-0 in the finals matchup. They, of course, both had very impressive records in the main event, but they have reset to 0-0 for this best-of-5 finals. We see the handshake, good vibes all around. We see Alec dipping into the bag here, and we will be getting underway.
All right. Alec now drawing. He has his eyes closed. Do you think he's... do you think you can affect your tile draw just by manifesting it?
I don't know if he's trying to manifest. I feel like Alec is definitely a very precise follower of the rules when it comes to drawing. He's just making sure there's no hijinks going on, that he could even be construed as looking at the bag. That's probably his technique there. We do see duplicate A's, duplicate N's, and duplicate O's on his first rack. Not what you want to see when you're starting your quest for $4,000, but I think he makes the correct play here of Wanna. That scores as much as he can. The 2 O's, while not ideal, about as good as he can hope for on this turn.
Absolutely. And Dennis here, not with a great rack either. He's got 2 I's, 2 T's. I would love for him to go ahead and use that W and maybe extend it down to waift, W-A-I-F-T, or maybe play short. What are you thinking, Charles?
Yeah, waift looks pretty good here. It gets rid of the duplicate I's and the duplicate T's, keeps EIT. I think EIT works nicely with the 2 N's that are on the board with Wanna, so there's a little bit of bingo upside there. If you wanted to play short, I'm not sure exactly what he would be doing here. It would probably involve playing FIT somewhere, but he does not have a high-scoring spot to do that. So I think he's probably going to go a little bit longer here. He may be setting up Fiat on top of Wanna. That's also a decent score, playing the same tiles as waift for 2 fewer points, but really doing something entirely different to this board.
Absolutely. And in this situation, if you're going up against Alec Sjoholm, do you want to go ahead and do waift and open the board up a little bit more, or do you want to overlap and try and get some of those floaters out of the way, as Dennis is doing right now?
Yeah, I think Alec might be a slight favorite in terms of like the bingo knowledge aspect of this game. So if Dennis feels the same, and Dennis is probably very confident in his own abilities, so might not at all feel the same. Dennis might play this a little bit tighter to make Alec's life a little bit more difficult. That said, I feel like Dennis shouldn't adjust his game too much. The game that he plays has gotten him this far, so he should just keep playing that same game.
Absolutely. And if he hadn't played Fiat, if he'd played anywhere else, then Alec would have had notation as a double-double through that A. That bingo now taken away from him, but Alex still has some options here. He has a nice bingo that is, oh, it's a 9 letter. And if there's anyone who's going to find it, it's going to be Alec Sjoholm. I think he sees it. I wonder if he's close to seeing it. His tiles are very close to it. Just imagine that that blank is a G and this is an ing word.
Yeah, so Alec does have a few options here. He does have to get past the fact that his double-double was blocked. I do know that, we see it coming down quite quickly here. So really nice play by Alec to start this final series off. We see the blank designation slip. Thank you, producer Josh, for that innovation. We can confirm that blank is a G. Really good find here by Alec.
Absolutely, really beautiful. And Dennis now, he's got himself a lovely rack. He can also have his pick of bingos on this board. The highest scoring one, though, is going to use that G of tattooing. Let's see if he sees it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to see something on this turn. He's got plenty of options through all these floaters that just got put out. We see the O, the T, the I, the N, the G, all of those working decently for eights. Not all of them not necessarily working on this rack, but a lot of things for Dennis to work with here. So he's probably feeling like he dodged a little bit of a bullet here, that Alec was bingoing for a lot of points, but Dennis is bingoing right back. He is finding his highest scoring play of ejesting. That is 77 points. So nicely spotted by Dennis. And now we're going back over to Alec, who has drawn the Z. Let's see if he can make something happen with this.
Oh my gosh. This game is already going so fast. I'm a little surprised at how quickly they're just blowing through these tiles, and just a great play after another great play. These players are really on top of this. I mean, that's exactly what we expect to see at this level. What is Alec to do here? I would say go ahead and use that G of ejesting and play something really cool with the Z. Something like fusing would be 54 points.
Yeah, that looks very strong here. Slight downside, it is opening up the triple for Dennis, but the upside is you're scoring 54 points. That's by far the most points he's going to be able to score on this turn. So that would be a nice little break for Alec. He should probably do some diligence, make sure he doesn't have a good play through this Eye of Tattooing. That does look a little bit promising. He also needs to make sure that he's not missing any bingos here involving ing. We know from our position, Nits, that he does not have a playable bingo on this turn, but he's got to do some thinking here. I am thinking, is there any upside to keeping the Z on this turn? There is this Z spot on top of Fiat, but you actually really can't hit it for a 60-point. Oh, that's not quite true. You could try to hit something like ZE by keeping the Z, but I feel like that's when you have 54 points this turn, you probably don't need to wait to see if you can score 60 next turn.
Absolutely. And I think another option that he could have if he chooses not to do the fusing that he's doing right now is playing through the IN of Fiat and Wana and do fusing there. He would keep I and R. Now that would be 39 points, and he's choosing not to do that. He's going for the 54 and opening up the triple on the left. But I think that's also worth considering because you're not giving back as much.
Yeah, you're not giving back as much, and you are keeping the considerably better I and R leave versus just GR. The G is not a great bingo tile unless you've got ing words. There is some nice upside here that he could draw another 9 through ing, keeping this G. So I think fusing is the better play here. We like to see it from Alec. And Dennis is actually going pretty quickly here. Almost no time to analyze this move, Nits. He's just going straight for a Zoic, which does appear to be his best play.
I mean, that's really great play finding on his part. I mean, fusing just came down. Dennis barely used any of his time. Now, if he's trying to rush Alec, I don't know if that's such a great idea. Alec is no stranger to being able to play fast. Both Dennis and Alec really great at play finding and being able to get some really high scoring moves down. I think Dennis could have also considered just Zoa, Z-O-A. I think that's also doable. But Azoic is such a nice high scoring play that I respect it. I'm glad that he was able to put it down as quickly as he was.
Yeah, I think Zoa, there's something to be said for Zoa just because it keeps slightly better bingo letters, maybe aiming to hit this T. The leave played nicely with the T. But Azoic, you can't really argue with the score on that one. Meanwhile, Alec just played the Z. He has now drawn the X. There is sort of a clear X hotspot right here next to tattooing. He could go for something like Gox. With a 24-point lead, I think he would be happy to knock out some of these bingo lines. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Gox come down here.
I like that, but also, what are your thoughts? So I loved when you pointed out the IN on the board because of the possibility of ING bingos, right? So what about if he doesn't play the B or the G? What if he does X or Exon like he's doing right now? Now that is 52 points, and that G is not as troublesome yet because there's already an IN on the board.
Yeah, I think this is probably a better idea just for it scores more points and you do have the upside of the ING. You are also kind of setting up a nice spot here for your B if you get a bingo through that I. So keeping all those consonants is a little bit scary, but the points and the upside of some of your other letters makes it a little easier to deal with. So nice play from Alec there. We see Dennis has drawn an S, so I'm sure he's happy to see that. Unfortunately for him, no bingos on this turn. He's going to have to get a little bit creative. He's definitely at this point thinking that he wants to leave the S hook on Fiat open. So he'll probably try to find somewhere else on this board to play. There's kind of a natural spot for the K here, but I don't think he can hit the double from that spot. So he's going to have to think about something else.
Right. It'd be nice to get rid of one of those A's. So maybe he just takes out the spot on the triple. Maybe he just does KAI and if. I mean, it's 26 points, which is nothing to sneeze at, and it keeps AERS. I don't mind keeping the RS leave. I mean, I'd rather do that as opposed to something like Rocky, RAKI.
Yeah, Kai does look very powerful here. It keeps really good bingo letters. AERS is a very strong leave. Those letters play extremely nicely with this T that's open for eights. You can very easily see Dennis bingoing in that spot next turn with a leave of AERS. So I think that would be a very good play for him. He does have kind of a weird little fit here if he wants to do something different. He could do a Kita through the T of tattooing, the second T of tattooing, I guess. That does set up another S hook for himself. There is already one on the board, so that part of it is kind of a wash. But that does score 2 more points than Kai. And we actually see Dennis going for a little bit different style here, playing off one more vowel with K. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that. What do you think about this, Nits?
I think it means key. So I think the way that it's pronounced is Kai or key or something like that because of what that means. But I don't like getting rid of that E. I just think that AERS is just so strong. And this is only just a few more points. I really like doing KAI and hanging on to that E.
Yeah, there's not a preponderance of E's in the bag. There's no guarantee that Dennis will draw another one. I also would have liked to see him keep that E. We do see Alec with a pretty nice post Exxon draw of 2 O's and an E that really bailed out his all consonant leave. He's getting goobers down. I think this is probably a slight improvement over boogers. Well, actually, it's hard to say. This does set up more ING bingos in the future, but with only 1 N and 3 I's unseen, this spot is less likely to get hit. So I think Alec just preferring the G to the B in the triple. Otherwise, it's a little bit of a wash, but nice play.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was also thinking that about the G, as you'd mentioned. I like that there's only 1 N out to the ING. Bingos become very improbable. I am sure that Alec, thought through what to play here. Dennis, however, he's very close to seeing his bingo of diehards, but he has an even better one, and he's seeing it. He's so close to seeing it. There's a double through the E of goobers, and I think he's about to try reshaded.
Yeah, he just needs to rearrange the letters a little bit more. He does have redheads through the E of goobers. He's going pretty quickly here for diehards. I think, again, trying to keep the time pressure up, although we see he has actually used more time than Alec in this game. Alec's just had easier decisions overall. Would like to see Dennis spend a little bit more time here to make sure that he's not missing anything through this E. This is a pretty big swing, a 14-point swing, and leaves this double-double open for Alec in the future. So a nice find by Dennis, but could have been improved upon slightly.
Absolutely, I agree. I mean, redheads is, I guess it's a little hard to see through that E. You're not really expecting a word there. It is a compound word. So diehards, the fact that he was able to find it is definitely commendable. As you had said, it is, I mean, it's a little dangerous to leave that double-double open, but maybe that's okay while he's behind. I don't know, because, I mean, he can't know this, but Alec now has this V and he has the B. There's not much that he could do here apart from perhaps playing to the side of key. Maybe he could just do something like VOM, VOM.
Yeah, Alex got kind of a tough situation here. The V and the B and the M just don't go very well together. If he had an I for B vomit, that would be perfect. That would, be the play almost anywhere on the board, but he does not have letters quite good enough for something like that. He also doesn't really have anything very nice through this G. He also doesn't really have anything that I'm seeing great through this E, so he might be just looking at leaving some of that space open for the future. Dennis is doing his thing where he doesn't immediately put tiles on his rack, so we actually can't know what the ramifications would be if Alec were to leave these spots open. So yeah, I'm kind of liking something like VOM over here. It's starting to play a little bit of defense on this side of the board. Although this area on the second column is pretty marginal as a bingo line, just because of the position of the K. I'm not seeing too much else here though, so feels like VOM either next to key or under Wana seems like a pretty good option here.
I wonder if there's any merit to playing something like, so Alec has VOM set off to the side, but I thought he did have, the M off to the side for a little bit. Is there any merit to playing something like MIB, MIB under Azoic, making AM and OB? Is there anything to be said for that?
Yeah, I think this is also a good play. This is kind of a sneaky little scoring spot. The leave after MIB would be DEOTV. That's actually not, at least intuitively, that doesn't feel so bad. It feels like it could still work out with ED bingos. There is this R to bingo through, like bingo's ending in RED. I think it would be a little bit of a better leave if there's a spot to play over words. The R of diehard's not quite open enough. In fact, not nearly open enough to do words starting with over. So maybe for that reason, I'd just be willing to, or I'd be wanting to get out from under the V. The V is just a very bad tile. Other than a few situations with over words and if words, it really doesn't otherwise do a whole lot for you. So I think with something like VOM, it would keep 3 consonants and a vowel, but he does have all these vowels of goobers to play through next turn. So I would like to see something like VOM come down. Alec is spending a little bit of time here. There's nothing really obvious about this turn, so I'm not surprised that he's taking his time on it.
I agree. And he goes with what I think is the better positioning for VOM. There is another position making FAM and WO that scores 1 less point, but I think VOM for 26 much better here positionally, and he moves on. I like that he's keeping the pace going. Unfortunately, no vowels for him apart from that E that he kept, but it's on to Dennis for us to see his rack. Okay, how do we feel about that Y?
Yeah, this is he's actually drawn airplay, so that would.
Oh, sorry, continue.
That would play here to diehards, or maybe there's another spot for it. He does have something crazy through the G also.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. He's definitely copying someone for that. Ha.
That's a hint to Chad if Chad wants to try to figure out what the bingo is through the G. Again, so Dennis did something weird here. He spent a long time not looking at his tiles either, or maybe he looked at them and never put them on his rack so that we couldn't see them. That would be kind of cruel. But Dennis he finds this bingo very quickly, which is good, but he really should be looking harder. This is the second time he's done this. He should be looking harder for his better bingo. In this case, that would be plagiary through the G of goobers.
I agree. I agree. I mean, I wonder if Dennis was doing this so that Alec wouldn't get any information from his responses, if he would be able to gauge what Dennis has on the basis of what he's drawn. I don't know if there's any merit to doing that. I would like to be able to look at my tiles on my opponent's time. I actually don't know if Dennis saw his tiles and then put them face back down. So, plagiary, of course, found by the chat. Really good job, you guys. That would have been 90 plus points, and I think that would have clearly been the better play here. Airplays was only, I believe, 60 something, 65 or so. Playing a little too fast, I'd say.
Yeah, I think there's some inaccuracies here that Dennis would like to have back. The other downside of airplays versus plagiary, other than just the score, is that it just gives back a triple in ways that you would rather not do. It's going to kind of bail Alec out of a kind of a tough rack where he didn't have a lot of good plays before airplays came down. Now he's scoring 42 points with Therm. He's not keeping great letters, but he is building back up a decently sized lead. So kind of an unfortunate sequence here for Dennis. I think Dennis would have been really in commanding position in this game with something like plagiary, but we do have to move on. We see Dennis has drawn 2 U's and a V. That's a painful post bingo draw, but he might still have some good plays here, Nits.
I mean, I think just as Dennis bailed out Alec, Alec's gonna bail out Dennis. I mean, Dennis has already seen his best play. I mean, look at the speed of that play finding. That is incredible. He has seen Vulture through the T of Therm, and that was incredibly fast. That is a double-double. It will score Dennis 40 points if he wants to go ahead and play that. He could also just go ahead and play through the G that is available of Goobers. I don't know if Dennis wants to do that. What would you say is a merit of playing Virgule, Virgule, for 36 instead of Vulture? Would you do Vulture?
I think Vulture has to be the play here, but you would want to think a little bit about Virgule just because it blocks this. It's not real. I wouldn't consider this really a triple line, but it is a triple line that could get hit with non-triple triples relatively easily. So you would want to think about it, but playing off 2 U's and a V for 40 points is really hard to turn down. Also, this double line is a threat with a blank still unseen. So,
and it kills the other double line too.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. It kills both double lines at once. So that feels pretty good when the blank is still in the bag and you don't have it. So good play by Dennis here. And we see Alec has drawn the second blank. He used the first one for tattooing. He now gets the second one, but does not have a bingo on this turn. Nits, what do you think he should be doing?
I see one clear play that I think that even I would be able to find, and I would just put down bogged, Bogged, because he's bogged down by those tiles. It'd be such a great idea to get rid of them as soon as possible. He can do that for 39 points and keeps P blank. I really like that leave.
Yeah, P blank is actually really nice. Feels like it'll work out a lot of the time. 39 points is a lot. The BDGP combination on Alec's rack just really doesn't do a whole lot for you. You want to move on from that as quickly as possible. This is playing 3 of those 4 consonants for a lot of points. Really, I think the strongest option by far here. So nicely done by Alec. He now no longer has to worry about things hitting this triple line either. That after it was open for a few turns after Goobers, it was kind of just sitting there waiting for somebody to play there. Both players probably a little bit anxious about it, but now it's finally used up.
Absolutely. Q for Dennis now. He's got 2 eyes, a relatively okay leave if he can go ahead and get rid of QI, which he does immediately. The man is playing fast. That is 35 points, and it keeps EILRT.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a no-brainer. It scores too well, keeps too well. It does everything you want to. There's no reason to hold on to the Q at this point. The only thing you can maybe hope for is like a QUE play here that would score a bingo type score, but there's only 1 U unseen, so it'd be kind of a long shot to draw something there. Just play it here for 35. Seems like a no-brainer. That play puts Dennis up by exactly 1 point. So this is a very close game here, sort of trending towards the pre-end game. Alec, again, has the blank. Still no bingo. But Nits, he has kind of an interesting play here if he wants to do it.
Yeah, I mean, so he's got yelped off to the side. There's an anagram of this word. It's deeply. Both yelped and deeply would score really well, right where you've drawn that line on the triple. Deeply would be 50 points and yelped would be 48. He has no spot on this board for ecliped, which is a word that I only know because of Heidi Robertson. Thank you, Heidi Robertson, again. And peddlery, which would be with an R, that would be the 7. And I think playing deeply for 50, keeping the blank is such a great idea. I mean, go ahead, keep scoring. If you're only down by 1, this is exactly what you want to be doing. Maybe the board is too dead for bingos, but it's definitely such a great idea to keep scoring and keep moving on.
Yeah, that is. I feel like this is a very good idea, and it scores so well. It puts Alec in a really commanding position in this game. He'll be up by 49 if he plays deeply. That basically means Dennis will need to get a bingo down. The J is still unseen. We can see from our unseen pool that the J is still out there, but there's not really a place for the J to go for 50 points. So like we do have this J spot here on top of Juana, but that's not going to work out for Dennis if he draws the J. So Dennis will be looking at trying to bingo after Alec's play of deeply or yelped. And then the question becomes, where is there on this board to bingo? You have to have very specific letters to hit something under chi, either starting over on the left or just playing through this O. That's pretty hard to do. It's very hard to bingo through this B, and unfortunately this E is just a little bit obstructed by Vom. That's maybe one of the nice things about Vom a couple turns later is that it restricts this E of goobers. So other than that, there's not space on this board to bingo. Alec will be drawing 6 tiles, keeping a blank, so he'll have a lot of flexibility, even if he draws some of the weird stuff in this bag, like the J, the U, and the W.
Absolutely. So I can understand his hesitation, sorry for interrupting, but I mean, I'm thinking about how, from Alec's perspective, there are 4 vowels left. There are 9 consonants. Even though he has the flexibility with the blank, I don't know if he's worried about his possible plays. He would be emptying the bag with deeply, and if it's the case that Dennis does happen to bingo, well, he really doesn't want to give the J and the W back to Dennis. Of course, he loses to the bingo point blank, but what kind of plays is Alec able to make after he goes ahead and he plays off 6 tiles? What if he draws no vowels?
Yeah, there might be some worst case scenarios where Alec really draws horribly, but I think with that big lead, he's at very little risk of getting outscored in the endgame. The blank is going to help him a lot in terms of being able to get out of some bad draws. We are seeing it suggested in chat that possibly the only thing that would win for Dennis after this is just him drawing LS and getting trellis down in this spot. We do see Alec going for deeply. As he said, Nits, this just straight up empties the bag, so Dennis doesn't have any more turns to fish. Maybe that's an underrated aspect of deeply, is you're forcing your opponent to just have the bingo this turn. We see Alec drawing the S, so there's not going to be a trellis coming down for Dennis.
Right, absolutely. Though I wonder if Alec should have played off his blank instead. So give up his options of bingoing and go ahead and play something like Ployed and AD. Keep the ED for the flexibility of that you're going to need at the end of this game. So PLOYED, that I think would be 48 points. I think that's a good idea insofar that it keeps the flexibility of the ED. And you kind of need points in the end game, right?
Yeah, I think that is defensible, especially if there's like a big J play from Dennis's end that might cause Alec some problems. So that flexibility would be nice. We do see Alec has drawn the J, so there's not really that problem. Dennis is certainly sunk in this game. It feels like his highest scoring play would be something like Relit. That probably does set up outs for him. But after Relit, he's still down by 20 with Alec probably scoring some decent amount with the J. Alec does have nice J plays underneath Juana.
Oh, nice.
Actually, wait, no, never mind. That actually doesn't quite work. I thought Jins was going to work, but WI, while being my home state, is not actually a word.
Hey, you led me astray. How dare. But Dennis, you're absolutely right. He could go ahead with Relit. He'd have places to go out with WR. And even though he is losing this game, he is minimizing that spread. Of course, spread does not matter with this best of 5. We are going to have games. We have one more game before lunch, and then we are going to come back for round 3 to see if Alec is able to take this away.
Yeah, as you say, Nits, spread not a consideration here. This is straight up about wins. So unlike in the main event where you would sometimes see players make plays not trying to win the game, but just trying to cut spread, in this case, we're probably more likely to see if players are far behind, they'll be doing sort of more aggressive opening plays to see if they can hit some monster bingo to get back into these games. A strategy that might not be called for in the main event when a position in the finals could very easily be decided just on spread alone. So Dennis probably doesn't have too much to play for here. He is thinking about it a little bit. If there was an open eye on this board, I believe he would have Twirlier. He's probably upset that there isn't anything like that here. So he'll spend some time trying to figure out the end game, but this is going to be Alec's win. He'll win the first game of this best of 5 finals.
Absolutely. And good job to Alec for, really controlling this board. There is no space for Dennis to go down with Twirler. He is not able to play the 7 on his rack. There is no eye, as you had mentioned, for Twirler. He is going to end up losing this game. And I wonder if, when Dennis goes back and if he does look through these games, if he is going to, think about perhaps he should be playing a little slower, finding plays like Play Jury, finding, the better bingos, redheads, small things that make the difference at the end of the day, because this is still such a close game.
Yeah, and I think in the finals especially, you do want to make sure that you're spending the appropriate amount of time on the plays. We see Dennis does have 10 minutes left on his clock. He's actually spending more time on this sort of lost end game than he spent on his bingo racks, which seems like a reversal of what you should be doing. If you have these bingo racks, you should take the time to find the best stuff. I'm sure if he's not analyzing his games, I'm sure his compatriots will be razzing him about, maybe not razzing, that's probably too mean for what they're going to be doing to him, but somebody's going to mention it to him, if not after this game, then during the lunch break. And so maybe Dennis will come back with a renewed vigor towards approaching those bingo racks a little bit more carefully.
I would not be surprised. I mean, Dennis is one of the first people to tell you at the end of the game what you have missed. So I believe that he would be, with his friends at least, receiving the same treatment, because this is just the camaraderie, just the way that it works. Alec now will probably come down with Jaunts to the E of Goobers pretty quickly. That is 30 points, keeps S blank. Maybe he could do Junkate there. He uses a blank, same points, 30. So I don't think that there's much difference there. I'd say go ahead with Jaunts. He's seen it, and he's just going to put it down.
Yeah, I think that there's something noble about ending the game with the S and the blank unplayed. It makes people think that you were unlucky somehow, that you had these good bingo letters and weren't able to get a bingo down. So I feel like if he wants to be a martyr, he would do something like Jaunts here and keep that S and the blank unplayed. Dennis is going to go out next turn. If he wants to at least make some use of the blank, he could, as you say, Nits, just play Junkate. We actually do see him going for Jaunts, so he is feeling a little bit noble here on game 1 of the finals, keeping the S and the blank back.
Really well done by Alec. ER left for Dennis, and he can put that down for 13 points. And 2 spots on the board, under Diehards and under Wanna, he will get 13 points for both. If he sees those, I imagine those will come down pretty quickly. There's not much to be thought about here with the 2 tiles. And the game will go to Alec Sjoholm.
So Alec getting pretty close here to game 1 victory. I actually don't remember what the sequence of games was in his 2019 NWL victory. That was a best of 3, so it would have been slightly different. But he's probably feeling like getting closer to history repeating itself. So nicely done by Alec. It looks like the game's over. Let's switch to the overhead mic.
GG. This kept a blank and you blocked redeploy. Might have had something else.
So you picked the blank when you played what? Bogged.
I picked the blank after Therm, so I had the blank with Bogged.
After what?
I kept P blank.
P blank. Wow. You blocked the airplay. I would have loved to play my airplay.
Oh yeah. I was not sure what to do on this turn. Tech director?
What's that? Any issue?
I'm getting this error when I submit my score.
All right, so it looks like they're trying to submit their score. Of course, technology not always playing nicely, but I think that was an excellent game to start off this best-of-5 finals. We saw Alec Sjoholm taking it over Dennis Ikekeregor, but there's still 4 games left. And I think we're still trying to get word if players just want to go straight to the next game or if they need a break. Nits, I feel like if I was playing a best-of-5 finals, I would want as many breaks as humanly possible. I would not be surprised if one or both of them are saying they need to step away from the board for a bit.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I don't know if I would want a break. I feel like I would psych myself out in the middle of a break. So perhaps, you give me a minute to just drink some water and run to the restroom. But if I come back, maybe I don't want 10, 15 minutes between my next game because that's too much time for my friends to message me and for my mom to say, you're going to do great. I mean, I feel like as much as I love the support, that's just enough to psych me out. How about you, Charles?
Yeah, I think in this situation, I would be turning off my phone. I'd probably chuck it into the river or something. Just make sure nobody's entering my zone. I guess if you do stay at the board during a break, there's a barrier. There's actually a physical barrier around those stream games. Like people might not be bothering you if you just like sort of put on headphones and start chilling out. Maybe that would be the way to go. Stay in the zone. Don't walk to the restroom and have like 15 people accost you about bingos you missed and things like that. That is probably not what I would need. Well, actually, we don't know. Maybe Dennis is receiving that treatment right now. It's quite possible. It looks like we are getting word there will be a 10-minute break for players to sort of rest up and get ready for the next one. So we'll be coming back to you at 11:10 Eastern. But don't go anywhere. We've still got plenty more Scrabble to come. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for Game 2 of the best-of-5 finals between Alec Sjoholm and Dennis Ikekeregor at the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. We just saw Alec Sjoholm take the first game. He is now 1 win closer to getting the 3 wins he needs for that juicy $4,000 first place prize for the Collins division. Nits, it was a great game. We're looking forward to at least a few more of the same.
I agree. And I honestly would love to shout out that none of this would have been possible without NASPA, without our producer, Josh Greenway from Let's Play Scrabble. Thank you guys so much for making this possible. Heidi Robertson, of course, behind the scenes, doing the annotations and keeping those scores updated live. I'm really grateful that I get to be here. I'm remote, I'm in Virginia right now. I don't know about you guys. I mean, where are you guys watching from? And wait, Charles, did you say you were in Wisconsin?
Wisconsin. So quite far away from Maryland at this point, but that's the beauty of technology. I can do commentary from everywhere, including the comfort of my own home office. So yeah, everybody in chat, let us know where you're watching from. We know Collins gets viewers from all over the world. We want to see proof of it in the chat. We also want to shout out the NWL stream for this event. I think it's still ongoing. It looked like Mac Meller had a pretty good lead against Nigel Peltier in the first game. That game is either still ongoing or just about finished. So while you're watching this one, we all want you to stay here and listen to us talk. Get that other stream up as well. It's going on over at the NASPA Scrabble YouTube channel. A lot of Scrabble going on right now. You want to make sure to see all of it.
Absolutely.
So I think...
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, couldn't have done the sister stream without Bob Lynn and without all the support from every little nook and cranny that goes into this. I mean, Seth Lipkin with Cross Tables and the Ulu app. We have Art Moore, who's wordjudge.me, is the official adjudicator for this tournament and helps us out with the camera that lets us see live reactions for when words are challenged off or they come out as valid. Charles, what were you going to say?
I was going to say mostly the same things. These events really can't happen without a ton of people doing a ton of work. Commentators like me and Nits and the other commentators you've heard this week are doing our little part of it, but there's a lot of people doing so much more. Everybody down there doing a great job. Production teams for both NWL and CSW operating simultaneously. It's all a very well-oiled machine. I guess Nits and I have a little bit of a peek into the background and see that maybe it's not quite as well oiled as it seems at first glance, but for all of you, it's perfectly running smoothly and everything's fantastic. I think we do have players seated. You'll see that they are switched because now Dennis is going first. Since Alec was ahead after 28 games, he got the benefit of going first in the first game. They are now swapping and Dennis will be going first. We don't have records for you yet, but we do know that Alec won the first game.
Absolutely. And thank you guys for tuning in from all over the world. I mean, we have people from all across the United States, but also as far as Norway, that's incredible. Dennis now going first, as you'd mentioned. I'd like to see if he takes this slightly slower this time. Is he going to play having, thought about more candidate plays, or is he going to do a rapid fire blitz as we just saw?
Yeah, we did have a chance to sort of watch what was going on that overhead cam, another innovation. Thank you, Josh. I didn't actually see anybody accosting Dennis on that overhead cam. Maybe he escaped out of camera view. So we don't know if he knows the mistakes from last round, but if he does, he's got to move those aside and just focus on the letters in front of him. He's got a pretty decent rack to start here. He's got the S and some nice bingo tiles, the J slowing him down, and unfortunately, he can't play the J and the F at the same time. So I think a short play like this, in the absence of any available 40-point plays, makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. And Alec now with the blank, he has no bingo to be played here. I think the play that he's identified to the side of his rack would be perfect, making FEW, and that would make the word JOE, Joe. It would give him 27 points and put him in a slight lead.
Yeah, I think definitely a play involving this area of the board makes some sense. Actually, it might be really the only thing he can do here. He does not have anything that goes under the J. He does not have the A or the O that he would need to underlap Joe. So he'd probably be looking at few, either making Joe or JOW. He's going for the JOE position, which scores a little bit more. Keeping DRP blank feels like it could work out very soon for him as soon as next turn. It's also worth noting that in Collins, few does take an S. So there is a bingo spot there that if you're an NWL refugee, you might not recognize.
An NWL refugee, love to hear it. Dennis has a rack that has, I believe, 4 bingos in it, and he has found his best one. Furley's going to come down for 86 points. I do not begrudge him playing very quickly here. He has clearly found the highest scoring bingo. I like it. I say go for it.
Yeah. In past games, he maybe played a little bit too quickly because there were so many spots open on the board. He didn't look at all of them. On this board, with only two plays having been made, there's not really a lot of places you need to look. It's pretty apparent what your best bingo is going to be. So it makes a lot of sense to play it quickly. So nicely spotted by Dennis here. Alec does still hold the blank and will be bingoing this turn. So it's still going to be a very close one after each player gets their opening bingo.
Absolutely. And Alec has spotted his double-double. which Chad has also pointed out, it is Pardalis. It means a leopard, and it takes ES, Pardalises. So he's going to come down with this relatively quickly. I think he's just looking to make sure he's not missing anything, but a double-double would score him the most points. So there we go, 90 points for Alec. We are going to take a look at that overhead cam just to see what the blank is that he circled. It should be an S. There we go.
You could imagine maybe a C or something for Pardalic pertaining to leopards, but that is not a word. This is in fact an S. Only downside of this play, it is kind of setting up a hot spot here. If Alec did have another double-double, he was probably looking for it, but this is his only double-double. So nicely found relatively quickly by Alec. We're seeing Dennis actually do the challenge here. It would be very nice for him to take this play off the board and block the double-double. So we might get a look at the challenge cam. Challenges at this tournament, again, powered by wordjudge.me, provided by Art Moore.
Thank you, Art. And that is our look into the challenge. It comes back valid, as we know, and Alec is going to get 5 more points for that for a total of 95 points.
That is a very nice score here early. That does give him a decent-sized lead. He's going to be up by 16 after this 95 points. And then both players still going for the one remaining blank in this bag. I think, we'll see Dennis's tiles shortly. We'll see 6 of them shortly. I guess we would like to see the 7th one.
I think he's holding on to an R. There we go. He has a really nice play. So you'd mentioned that hotspot underneath Pardalis, and that is available for Dennis to take advantage of now. He will be able to get rid of his U, his M, his H if he wants. He can play UMRAH, Umrah, for 37 points underneath, making AH. And that would be a really good play for him here, but he is going to go ahead and play...
Looks like he's going for Hamed.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a downgrade just because it keeps the U. The U is not a good bingo letter, whereas Umrah was keeping ED back, which has a lot of synergy. I would say on this board, maybe the synergy of ED is a little bit less important. There's not an easy spot to play 7-letter words, so you might not care too much about your leave as much as you would on a more open board. But still, I think a bit of an improvement here. This is just 1 fewer point, but with the worse leave, probably not exactly what Dennis wants to do.
Especially because it leaves that hotspot still open, and Alec is going to take great advantage of it right about now. I think he had Ilex off to the side, and that would play making AX. He's going to score a very easy 56 with Ilex if he wants, or he could play Kex, K-E-X, and get rid of that K at the same time. That would be 59 points instead. So, I mean... Hamed has, I can understand why he wanted to go ahead and get some of those tiles off. I would have really liked for him to try and get rid of that U as well. Kex for 59, and Alec is, he's commandingly in the lead.
Yeah, nice play by Alec here. And yeah, as you mentioned, Nits, just the nice thing about Umrah was that sort of X insurance. You don't know where the X is in the bag. Alec's drawing 7 random tiles, so he could have it, he could not, but it is kind of a scary spot to leave open. And so Alec, with very good fortune here, drawing it at exactly the right time, it stayed open, and he hits Kex for 59. We do have Dennis now holding the second blank, so his play of Hamed did result in a blank draw. That is the second of 2 blanks. He's going quickly for herds here. This looks pretty good, Nits. It's scoring about as many points as he can hope to score here. Keeps UT blank, which is maybe the best leaf he can hope for with 2 U's and some kind of uninspiring consonants.
Absolutely. But I'm looking at that leave. I'm looking at the remaining pool, and I'm thinking maybe Thuds would have been slightly better here. Herd scores really well, and I don't fault him for playing that. But I think that it's worth thinking about Thuds just because of how many T's are still out as opposed to R's.
Yeah, that is something to consider here. I guess Thuds does score considerably less, so that's probably what moved Dennis more towards herds, was just trying to stay attached on the scoreboard here. We do see Dennis was down by only 15 before Alec's play of Chi. We didn't have a ton of time to analyze that one. That one happened pretty quick, but this one has a lot of upside for Alec in that he might be able to immediately hit the Q again on the triple since he was keeping back 2 eyes. So I think it's a little bit dangerous, but with Alec holding so many of the remaining eyes, it is slightly less dangerous and gives him some upside. So I like that play from Alec.
Absolutely. And no sevens for Dennis that I see. He does have some eights, but none that play on this board. I think he's seen Autodyne. He's looking for that. And Tiki would have played through the queue if that was available to him. Unable to do that. So now he's just going to have to find his way out of this U situation. He's identified high end. That's a really good play. It's 30 points. What are your thoughts on playing something longer like Thuya, Thuya, instead?
Yeah, I think Thuya is a pretty clear improvement here. Getting rid of the U, scoring a little bit more, keeping EN blank versus ATU blank. Feels like it's a lot more likely to work out for him. Also, I think there's a little bit of benefit here to putting the A in the triple line. It just is easier to hit eights starting with an A than with an N. So I think especially keeping NE blank with this A sitting out here would be perfect for Dennis to immediately hit that spot next turn with, many draws in the bag would work for him when he's holding the blank. So again, I think he played too quickly here. He's only taken a little bit more than 4 minutes on his clock. We're already basically a third of the way through this game. Again, maybe a turn where he should have slowed down a little bit.
Absolutely, absolutely. But on Alec's side, I think it's incredible to see that he's playing so precisely. He's about even with Dennis in terms of how much time he's taken on his clock. And so far, I don't think we've seen Alec make any mistakes in the past game or in this current game. He is consistently playing the best moves. He's spotting them, and he's spotting them fast enough to also decide which one should be played on this board. He's really iterating through what the possibilities are on this board. Like with Kex instead of Ilex, he set up his QI, and he did that so quickly.
Yeah, Alec has been playing really well, not just this game, but in the previous game we saw him, and honestly most of the streamed games from the first 28 games. Other than a few kind of costly mistakes, he's just been playing extremely well. Here we see him cashing in that QI spot. He immediately hits it with Glit. He did have a few other options if he wanted to do something like Gate or Clit, but all of those feel pretty close here. I think the vowels situation in the bag is a little bit tilted towards vowels, so he maybe could have played off one more vowel, but I think that's a small quibble here. A good play by Alec to immediately cash in on that spot that he made for himself.
I really like it. I mean, I thought that was really well done. Glit and Gate basically on par with each other, and I think really well done by Alec. On to Dennis now. Again, he has no 7 in this rack, and there's nothing on the board. I think there's no 7 in this rack, and I believe there's nothing on this board to give him an 8. He's just going to have to slog through this. That U has been bogging him down for a while now. It's been bogging him down since he missed Umbra, really. Hamed was a good play for scoring as many points, but he's just been stuck.
Yeah, he's finally getting rid of the U here, which I think is a really good idea. He is sort of obstructing some space for 8s here, and we do see him moving his play. I think he would like to leave those spots open. He was setting up an S hook, but with only the blank and no actual S, he's then forced to use the blank as an S if he wants to hit that Ryu spot. I think correctly he's moving YU to a part of the board where he's not really thinking that this is prime bingo space. Really his prime bingo space is over here through Glit and probably involving Fuse. So I think a good idea here to make a play in space that he doesn't really care about what space he's blocking.
Right. And I think Alec is going to sniff that out. His best play, I think, with the rack that he has, he doesn't have a D or an F for autocoid or autofoci as he'd set up the autocoid on his rack. I think he should go ahead and play something making ape, APE, something like COUTA as he has off to the side of his rack would be really nice. It kind of obstructs that G a little bit. At least, you're not getting ING bingos down. maybe INGS. But he's doing a good job. He could be able to block that side of the board. Not that it's that dangerous right now. And he would score 25 points.
Yeah, I think with Alex sitting at a 35-point lead here, that's, I think, enough of a lead. And the board is in such a state where it is appropriate to start trying to shut things down where you can. He probably shouldn't go all out playing defense. In fact, it's kind of hard for him to do that with so many available spaces to bingo, but he can at least get a start on that project by doing something like Cauda. Lots of I's and N's, actually 5 N's unseen from Alex's perspective for ING bingos really makes a lot of sense. If Dennis is going to hit him hard, it's most likely going to be in this spot. So a wise decision to just take that out and not have to worry about it for future turns.
Absolutely. Dennis going to come down with, he's going ahead with greatest. He had set up Nattered or Natterer on his rack. He's going to choose greatest. This is 77 points as opposed to Natterer, which would have been 74. I think this is a really good idea on his part. He has found the bingo that scores 3 more points, and I think every point matters at this moment.
Yeah, Dennis does go up by 17 with this play. I think we saw in previous games, not just the first game of the finals, but previous games on stream, every point does count. I feel like there were multiple games where like the 5 points of a challenge of something like Pardalis actually does have huge end game implications. So a good idea from Dennis to score as many points as possible. He does open up a lot of new space down here for 8-letter words. With the game even, I'd say that's neither a bad nor a good thing. That's just a thing that he's going to have to be thinking about in the future. Meanwhile, Alec does have the Z, very powerful in the Collins lexicon, just makes so many words. We'll see if he can come up with something good here. Actually, at first glance, Nits, I don't see anything that's totally devastating. No 60-point plays here, but he does have some decent smaller plays available.
Absolutely, and he's set up one of them to the side. He has Zino to the side. He's probably thinking of playing Zinco through the C that he just played of Kuda. He could also do Zoic in that same spot, keeping EELN. I like Zinco a little bit more. It's 3 more points for 48. Something interesting that he could do, which he probably should not, and he probably will not, is that Glit takes a Z. So if he wanted, he could possibly do something there, but I don't think that's a good idea. Zinco just scores so much more and also doesn't do anything to open up floaters.
Yeah. The downside of something like Zone would be immediately zoned or zoner plays here. Something like Zine would mean you're keeping the O, which is less great, and you are setting up Zineb here, which could also hurt you with 2 Bs on the scene. So for all those reasons, scoreboard and board shape considerations, Zinco definitely feels like the right play. It does put Alec up by a comfortable 30 points. We do see Dennis has drawn another S, so he might be thinking about trying to bingo possibly in this fuse spot. That's maybe the most obvious spot for Dennis to aim to get a bingo down. But he's not going to be able to do it this turn. It looks like he's got sort of one intermediate turn where he's going to need to play off some of these letters.
It does seem like he's identified Modi to the side of greatest. I don't really like this because he's getting rid of those floaters that he really wants. He wants to be able to play from those tiles. Yes, the board is relatively open, but the more tiles that you have to play through, the better, right? So I would like to see him play somewhere on the interior of the board, something where that's not obstructing. So I see maybe to the side of Zinco now, he would be able to do Doom, Doom, exactly where you're drawing on the board, keeping LINS. That's a really nice leave. And it scores 26 points, 1 more than Modi does.
Yeah, Modi leaves Dennis in a little bit of a pickle if he doesn't draw enough vowels. It keeps LNS. It doesn't keep a vowel, so there are some worst case scenarios where Dennis is in really tough. He might, like if it goes badly enough, he could possibly need to exchange next turn. There's still a lot of vowels in the bag, so it's unlikely that he doesn't draw 1 or 2 of them, but even just 1 vowel draw here and dealing with 6 consonants would slow him down considerably towards trying to get a bingo. That being said, he doesn't necessarily need a bingo at this point. It would just be a nice thing to have. With the play of Modi, he's only down by 6 points. So it's still anybody's game. It's just a bingo would be really nice for Dennis at this point in the game.
Absolutely. And Alec has EVO off to the side. I wonder if he's telegraphing that he's thinking of playing EVO under Joe's, making JO. That would sort of kind of obstruct the fuse hook a little bit, in that the S would have to be placed in a very certain, very specific spot, and would throw out even more floaters onto the board, as you are very helpfully drawing on this board. So perhaps that could be a good play for him. Maybe he's thinking of EVO making kite. I'm not sure. Oh, now he's got evil on the rack. Where do you think he's looking with that?
I wouldn't be surprised if he is going for something like Evo here. Just as you said, Nits, it makes Bingo's 7-letter words ending in an S impossible. The V just totally kills that option. Everybody knows the V is a very defensive tile. We would see it come very clearly into play with a play like Evo. But with Alec not really close to Bingos of his own, I guess he would be somewhat closer, keeping something like EILT. Alex certainly wouldn't care too much if he's blocking this spot. Like, that's not a spot he's going to be able to hit soon, not until he draws an S. We actually do see Dennis has drawn a second S. There's one still in the bag, but 3 unseen to Alec. Alex spidey senses might be tingling a little bit that, oh, Dennis must be getting close to having an S or has an S by this point. I should be taking care of that spot. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a play come down here, especially because we haven't really touched on this. And Alec doesn't have high-scoring plays on this board otherwise. His highest-scoring play is Fowet for 25, keeping the V. Not what you want to do. You don't want to keep the V. So I think this does a lot more of the things that Alec wants to do.
I agree. I think that's a really good point. And when you're stuck with the tiles like that, when you can't really get too many points, might as well go for the strategy. And I think he's doing a really good job of obstructing what he can. On to Dennis here. He has BONS off to the side. I wonder if he had been thinking of playing Fusion Bonds, but I don't think so. He has, however, spotted Noobs, or yes, there we go, Noobs for 28, keeping LNS. That's exactly the spot where we wanted him to play Doom last time, but Noobs is a really good find, and it comes down. I think this is a really good play.
Yeah, and I think Alec is feeling a little bit vindicated here that he blocked the fuse hook. Now that it's pretty apparent that Dennis had 2 S's on his rack. So now that S spot is basically not nearly as dangerous. Again, he would need to start with an S or have the S in the early part of the word. Ooh.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, that was immediate.
We were still talking about Dennis's play. Meanwhile, Alec totally catching us off guard. He has the unplayable Lignite on his rack. He got over that relatively quickly, found his only playable bingo, playing a 9 for the second game in a row, this one being Toileting. That is a great find. Nicely done, Alec.
That was beautiful. That took him 32 seconds, and that included the time that he moved to press the clock. That was beautiful. That was his only available bingo. That was just really, 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 really tight. Oh, love to see Alec finding these 9s.
Yep, Alec is proving he's one of the best bingo finders out there. He does it again with Toileting. Nicely done there. He gets up by 67 on the scoreboard here. There's precious little space on this board to bingo for Dennis to come back here. As we mentioned earlier, the 8 starting with an N are not that abundant. They're kind of hard to hit. The E also isn't the greatest tile to start 8s with. And it's really hard to overlap Toileting. You need exactly the right combo of vowels and consonants and the right vowels to go on top of the G in order to get something there. And so it's going to be a tough road to hoe for Dennis from this point forward, especially he's still at a severe deficit of vowels, only 1 vowel on his rack. Nits, it feels kind of bad for Dennis here. What do you think he should do?
I mean, he's already telegraphed having a spare S, and now he's picked up another. I unfortunately think that he's just going to have to get rid of another S. I think he's going to have to play something like, I mean, the best thing that I see for him is Bust to the side of Noobs, I'm making OBS and Knob. I mean, what really else can you do? LINRS is a pretty good leave. I guess you can hope that you will start or you'll be able to play something with Fuse. Toileting really makes life hard. I really wish I hadn't said those words. And I mean, you know what? If you want to see more nines, come out to the stream and give us a like. This is exactly the kind of place where you will find crazy cool plays. Thank you again to everyone who's watching. But yeah, I think bus might be the way for Dennis to go. Not an airplane, not a card. This time it's a bus.
Yeah, this is tough for Dennis. I'm curious if you might want to do something like SNIB here, SNIB. It does sort of set up an slightly easier, not great, but another S hook to hit. He is going for bus here, which I think has a lot of merit. Unfortunately for Dennis, he doesn't know this, but Alec has drawn 3 A's and 2 E's. At first glance, that seems horrible for Alec, but having all those nice vowels on Alec's rack means Dennis is not going to have a chance at any of those. Those are the letters that Dennis specifically needs to turn his rack into a bingo rack, and they're all over on Alec's side. So actually, it kind of looks like a bad draw for Alec, but actually a really clutch draw of the useful vowels. It's going to be hard for Dennis to come back with Alec holding on to all those things.
I agree. Alec, however, back in the position of not having a really high-scoring play with the 1-point tiles that he has, he's going to be able to, he's going to be able to play something for the end of toileting, but he does not want to do that because that's just going to float some really nice, juicy vowels onto this board. Not helpful when you're trying to keep your opponent from bingoing, right? I think he should be playing somewhere on the interior of the board. Go ahead, keep his lead. As the board starts becoming more closed, force Dennis to open it and then shut it down when you can. So I like playing something like Ayu and Aha. I think just getting rid of his 2 A's, keeping A-C-E-E-T, force Dennis to open the board. Do not give him anything back.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the call here, Nits. Alec does not want to open up spots unnecessarily, especially floating out an E. He now knows from the unseen pool that he holds the 2 remaining E's. Those are great for making 8-letter words. He should not be putting them out in space. He could do something like here, A, for just 10. That actually does do a pretty good job of disrupting, or at least making it considerably harder to do bingos on this area of the board. One thing that we haven't discussed, and I see was brought up in chat, is Modi actually takes an I for Modi I. So there is kind of a sneaky bingo spot here, starting with the T, if you can do a TI bingo. So Alec does have to be aware of that spot as well. He is currently up by 42 points, and with this turn not scoring very much, if Dennis does get a high-scoring bingo in this spot, it does feel a little bit dangerous for Alec that he might not be able to come back from that. Then again, it's not very easy to block this spot. He'd have to do something like TA, but then you're putting the A out, and it's not really improving your situation. So I think in this case, Alec just has to live with the fact that that line exists and hope that Dennis isn't able to hit it.
I guess what he could do is play SIC sick, and that's like there's no H's out, there's no blanks out, and that would be very clearly just shutting that down. But it's so few points, it's only 4 points. I just don't think that it's worth it.
Ooh, this is actually, this one's hard to think about, Nits. I'm actually not sure what to make of this play. I think Alec is trying to just block 7s on top of toileting, and Tane does not take an S. Tane actually does not have any back hooks. Nothing goes here. So this is actually an extremely defensive play. Good idea from Alec, but only 4 points. So kind of out of left field here, but I like the idea.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't take any back hooks at all. And it obstructs the fuse hook. So, oh my gosh, this is really, really smart from Alec's part. I can imagine that this would just do really well in a sim. I mean, I'm trying to think of how Dennis would get through this. Are there any, there's like 1 U out in Dennis's perspective, so he'd have to play something very specific through the A, making AU. Geez, that would be, well, that's incredible. That's really, really well done by Alec.
Yeah, I guess I would say the downside of this play is it doesn't really do anything about these spots, which it's hard to tell. I think fuse was by far the most obvious spot for Dennis to bingo, so it makes a lot of sense to block that. This spot was a little bit more marginal. Going underneath also a bit more marginal. I think I would have slightly preferred a few more points here with but I think this play has a lot of merit and a very creative play by Alec. It's clearly not the best from a score and leave perspective, but at this point in the game, he's not playing for score and leave, he's playing for bingo defense. And this does a
Right.
lot of the things he wants to do. Dennis is still kind of struggling with unideal vowels. We do know that the vowels that he would want, the three A's and the E, are not going to come to save him here. The only other vowels in this bag are an O and a U. It feels really hard to imagine how Dennis will be getting a bingo down on this board.
What if he set up his S? So he has last S, there's no blanks out. What if he did something like lion to the side of Tane? Like, what if he did LAOE and lion there? Is it possible for Alec to obstruct that? I guess he would have to play, let's see, Alec would have to play to the side of lion then, but how would he be able to obstruct that in a
I think
way?
we would probably be looking at Alec making a play like AG. You can't do GS bingos, but he would have to sacrifice points to do it. I think that's a good idea, Nits. I think with Fuse going away and no other S hooks like elsewhere on this board, Dennis probably does need to set one up. And I think we agree, Nits, that the only hope for Dennis winning this game is actually getting a bingo down at this point. There's just nowhere to score on this board. Even if you had scoring tiles like the V and the W, you'd maybe be scoring 20 points with those. You're certainly not getting 50-point plays on a board that's closed off like this. So Dennis has to be going all out to bingo. It looks like he is setting up INN, which is a similar idea. He could also do Lin here. Shout out to Bob Lin. Maybe that would be a very appropriate word.
Okay, so I think he's identified lion. I mean, you're right. It would be pretty easy to block with the AG, right? But he's got to hope. At this point, he needs a long shot. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, this is another decent idea that's pretty clearly sets up another S line and keeps a lot better letters. If he draws an A or an E, INRS looks really good. It looks like a really good leave. Major downside, I think I probably wouldn't make this play, Nits. The W is out, the P is out, there's a D out. Alec's going to score a lot of points here. I guess if Alex scores points there, he'd be emptying the bag because there will only be 3 left in the bag after Felon comes down. Alec would have to empty the bag and possibly be opening up an E for bingos. So maybe this is sort of Dennis's plan to force Alec to make a mistake playing here, but he's scoring so little and the play from this spot would score so much that maybe it wouldn't even matter if Dennis bingos. So yeah, he's changing his play to Fen. That gives up a lot less. Does this actually bingo? What draws would this bingo with?
That's a very good question.
Because it's not going to bingo with the A, I don't believe, which is the most likely.
Let's see. He'd need the G for Loring's. He'd need the E for Leonor's. Let's see.
Yeah, I think he could draw the U for sirloin spelled with a U, which is kind of a non-standard, but that's only one out of the remaining 13 unseen tiles. A 1 in 13 shot feels like it's not good enough shot to just go for that. There might be other things going on here, but Fen feels like it doesn't bingo often enough to be worth it. The good thing about it is it's very hard to deal with this spot if you're Alec. This spot is basically going to stay open. It's kind of, Alec might be freaking out a little bit here if he thinks Dennis's leave is stronger than it is, that this is a really hard spot to deal with.
That's fair. I wonder if there's any merit to just trying to can you even...
Yeah, I don't think you can outscore on this board. It's just not enough scoring spots other than like the P going
8
here.
over there. like ape above toileting, maybe something like that.
Yeah, and the W goes in that spot, but I think Alec has a big enough lead. He is up by 40 points, and he'll keep scoring while you're doing these things. It's going to be hard for Dennis to outrun. So yeah, if Alec does something like uses the P for himself here, he's going to be up by. That's going to be a pretty good. Yeah, he's going to be up by 60-ish, and going into the end game, he's now looking at the unseen pool. There might not actually be a 7 that starts with an S in those letters. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not seeing one at first glance. I would need to do a quick ziz of a search to find that out, but it's really not looking promising from Alec's POV. So
Yeah.
he's feeling probably pretty safe here.
I agree. I mean, those are not. I mean, it's really nice to have picked up that E. It's really nice to have that, and it really obstructs so many of Dennis's options. We also do not know what Dennis has picked up out of the bag. This is a move that I've seen players make where they will choose not to flip over the tile so that their reaction doesn't give anything away to their opponents. And I wonder if there is, I think that is a strength. I think that keeps your opponent guessing. You're not really giving away anything by shuffling your tiles, by looking at any particular part of the board. But that also means that you can't think on your opponent's time.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like in a situation like this, I'd at least want to know what the tile is. It's possible Dennis took a peek at it and just is keeping us all in suspense. I did do a quick ziz of a search, and I think this was also pointed out in chat. The 2 bingos starting with an S remaining in the unseen pool for Alec are sirloin, which we pointed out, and sordino. So very 2 specific combinations of letters. If the V or the W are involved at all, Dennis won't be bingoing in that spot. We could also take a quick look to see if there's anything in the T spot. It would need to start with TI. Yeah, there is nothing that starts with TI down here. So Alec probably is taking some time here to figure out exactly what's in the bag. Excuse the cat meowing. I told him to shut up and he wasn't listening to me. So yeah, Alec, I think, can just play it safe here. He doesn't need to. I don't think he can even really address that fence spot, so he doesn't need to go all out trying to block. Maybe the most things he should be thinking about are like the E and the N here.
That's a good point. I guess, as you'd mentioned, that the E and the N weren't super easy to do much with. So I imagine that if he's looking at the unseen pool, maybe he doesn't find those spots to be as dangerous, and maybe he just wants to keep scoring. I mean, he knows that Dennis has an S, so he can't do PEAG right now through the E of toileting because that is an S spot as well. If he does ape, he gets rid of the E. I kind of like the E for the flexibility. This is a tough position for Alec to be in. I mean, you really don't want to give any floaters out.
Yeah, definitely want to avoid giving floaters out. I actually did a quick look to see what's unseen in the E and the N spot. There's actually 4 bingos possible from the N. Let me read those out. Neuroids, Nodulos, Norseld, and Nidoris. So maybe a play like AA is actually justified here to take out a little bit. There's also plays through the E like Evulsion that could still be in the bag. So the more I think about it, the more I feel like this spot is still dangerous enough where he should be trying
and he
to
pulls
do something
sirloin.
about it.
Oh my god.
Ooh, that changes a lot of things. Very clutch draw for Dennis here. The E also would have helped him for Sunleer. We know that he couldn't have drawn it, but he did draw the U.
Oh wow, that's gonna go down quickly. Oh man, that is a swing. Not much that I think that Alec could have done about that. That was that was just something that could have happened. Dennis is gonna pick DW out of the bag, and I think this game will be his. I mean, I'm trying to imagine what Alec will be able to do.
Dennis will have Dow in this spot and Wald here. So he is going out next turn. Alec just picked very poorly here with the V not really doing a whole lot. He cannot easily play to the left of Sirloin. Maybe his highest scoring play would be something like Irva, but it just keeps too many scoring constants back. And he's now down by 11 points. Something like Irva followed by Dow actually results in an 18-point win for Dennis, so not particularly close. Yeah, this is, I think, going to be a loss for Alec. Kind of a tough break there. Dennis had very few outs for his leave of ILN ORS, but managed to draw one of them.
I think maybe Galvo might work to give him a 14-point loss, but I do not see. Yeah, I really don't see any wins here. That is tough. That's really tough. And kudos to Dennis for finding the Fen setup and getting his S down there. That was a very long shot to pull Sirloin. As we had mentioned, that was 1 in 13. Incredible. I think that they're going to do a real quick count, make sure that their scores are aligned. 6 minutes both on their rack right now.
Yeah, I think they're just confirming the score here. Very important to do when you're in a really tight end game, making sure that you're both on the same page and you're entering the game with, or entering the end game with full information. We actually see Alec has put his tiles down, so he can't be accused of thinking about his play while this recount goes into effect. So yeah, it's kind of hard to see where Alex should have approached this differently. I was advocating for spots up here, but that actually ended up not mattering. It's possible that he just didn't score enough points on a turn like Tane, and that if he had just kept the scoring pressure up a little bit more, once something like Sirloin did come down, he would still be able to win in the end game. But that's really easy to say in hindsight. I think at the time this play was made, this is extremely defensible.
Right. There's a case for, as Chad pointed out, that since Alec knew that Felon had been put down on the board initially, so he knew that Dennis had LO, that meant that Sordino could not come down, which meant that Sirloin, I think, was the only probable bingo there, as you had calculated. Is that correct? Because Alec had the E, so no Sonlier. So Sirloin, 1 in 13 for Dennis. Alec couldn't have known what Dennis was holding exactly, but I think it made sense to. What could he have even done about that spot, right?
Right. Yeah, it was a really difficult spot to deal with. So, yeah, Alex. You can look back at some of these turns and say it could have been done slightly differently, but I think we liked a lot of his ideas as he was making them. We do see a suggestion from Matthew O'Connor in chat, one of the commentators from previous rounds. Alec could have done something like Raka here instead of Ape to try to set up something like a Gapes or a Gaped with certain draws the next turn. And the simulation actually strongly likes that, probably for the bingo defense, although Raka probably does give back bingos in response. But just for the likelihood of being able to score 30 points in the end game is just really nice. Whereas Alec, sort of with the plays that he made, there was a chance that something like this would happen and he would be scoring very minimally in the end game. But those are hard calls to make. It's hard calculations to make while you're in game. Computer can do a lot more calculations a lot quicker than we can. So not surprising to see Alec making the plays that he did.
I agree. And it's kind of, as you had mentioned, it's scary to put the C out in space, the A out in space. It was a really tough situation for Alec. Ape scored him a lot of points, and I guess he could have hoped that he would draw well enough and that he would be able to outscore even if a bingo did come down. The S bingos were just unlikely enough that in this case, I guess Alec just needed to draw slightly better. And that's just how the tiles fall.
Yeah, and I think we're also seeing it suggested in chat that possibly the way for Alec to win this game is hope that Dennis misses walled and that he only recognizes Dow as the outplay. That would mean not doing something like Galvo, not doing something like Irva. It would probably mean doing something like more in this area of the board or here, not giving back an out. I would have to see if if there's a way that actually can be accomplished. Again, Alec isn't scoring a lot of points, so it's kind of hard to see what he should do if he did like something like Goa, and then I don't know if we'll take a look to see if Dennis has any good W plays. That would give back Goud, for example, so maybe not the right idea. But Dennis's best play with the W would be something like EW, so Alec would have to be going out with a sequence like this. It's kind of hard to see how that would work, but I think that might be what Alec is trying to figure out here, because it seems pretty clear that any outplay from Dennis is just going to beat Alec by a lot.
I agree. Oh man, this is a tough situation. How can he even put any tiles out? Well, I mean, what are our thoughts on GOV Gov and hoping that Dennis misses Wald?
Yeah, I think something like that would be good. They'd have to figure out. It feels like it definitely need an out in two. And it's hard to get a computer to comply with you when it's just telling you that the out and two won't happen because Dennis is going out. So we have to use our combined brain power to figure out something like that.
This could work. Wait. If he comes down with GOV Gov to the side of Sirloin and Dennis misses Wald, I think this could work. Making GION and GOV Gov to the side of Sirloin, because as long as Dennis misses Wald, then Alec can play Arc to the side of Hames, to the side of you. He can make Raya and CUM. That would be 22 points. He needs to go.
That would be a nice little sequence there to get some more points out of this situation. We do see Alec go for Galvo, which I think, like in a conventional endgame, assuming that Dennis is going out, this actually is getting closest on spread. As we mentioned, since this is a best of 5, there's not really a spread consideration. It's just a matter of wins and losses. Galvo may be slightly suboptimal because it just gives back Dow. So your opponent's never going to miss their out in a situation like this. Maybe a little bit more gamesmanship was in order here. But really good win for Dennis, tough one for Alec. Let's see if we can switch to the overhead mic.
Tied.
Sorry?
It's sort of tied.
You saw the tie?
The match, the best of 5 match.
Do you have any more?
I couldn't find one.
What is called 462 448?
Yes.
This was a beautiful one.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of clever, but I also could have just done this for 8 more points. It's not as thorough of a block, but at least it keeps the T for this.
Because D was missing, I picked D from the back. Ooh, I just took a gamble. I'm banking on E or U. Somewhere. I was looking there also.
Yeah, Modi I.
Did you see it?
Yeah. Don't think he had anything there.
Yeah. This was insightful. We tried 2-9 later. Number 2, right?
Yes.
Let me see the other switch. Okay.
I'm saying I'm gonna look up a few things.
Forces to operate.
Dennis, you went first.
Close game. Close game. No, we lose. I draw this again.
I just played this, completely blocking the fuse hook and trying to block these lanes, although Neuroids was still unseen, and a few other things.
All the sins. At this stage, you get 30 beats. This is cool. If I was make I do this, I know I said it. So I thought you know this.
All right, so we're hearing from the overhead mic. Alec had a lot to think about there. Did think that Tane was maybe sacrificing a bit, but was really pleased with what it did to the board. So I think still a good idea from Alec, and just didn't quite work out. Dennis got exactly what he needed to pull this game out.
Yes, of course. I mean, I completely agree. This was a really beautiful tactical game. I think we have had the opportunity to see some really beautiful words come down on the board, and then for the game to turn this way, for it to become about the strategy, the what comes out of the bag, what do you do to sneak out the win. I mean, we had really thought that Alec would be was well in command of this game because of how far ahead he was, because of the way that he was finding his best place consistently. But Dennis, setting that board up for success for himself and leaving it just open enough so that he could do something about it. And Alec's play of Tane, I think that was incredibly creative. I mean, I know that he thought that he was giving things up, but I think it's a really beautiful find on his part to see that.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a position that feels like it deserves the full analysis, the full Macondo treatment. We're not quite equipped to give it to you here, but I think that was a very instructive position. Matthew O'Connor, if you're still hanging out in chat, maybe that can be a future Medium blog post, trying to figure out exactly how often that wins compared to some other options. But either way, it was a fantastic game. We are getting word that the NWL stream, I think they're about a third of the way through that game. They got a considerably later start than us. So if you're hankering for more Scrabble, we've kind of accidentally started staggering these games a little bit, and there's still plenty of Scrabble to watch over at the NASPA Scrabble stream. Meanwhile, there's going to be a lunch break. There's going to be an awards ceremony. It looks like we'll be coming back at 2:15 Eastern, so a 2-hour break. We're getting at least 2 more games of this finals match between Alec Sjoholm and Dennis Ikekeregor. Nits, anything else to add before we break for lunch?
Just thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I can't wait to see you guys back at 2:15. In the meanwhile, of course, go ahead and enjoy the NWL stream at our sister stream, NASPA Scrabble. Thanks so much for being here, you guys.
I will be over there. I can't get enough Scrabble, so my lunch break will actually just be partially a Scrabble break / lunch break. So everybody check it out, but also don't leave here. We'll be back in a couple hours for the continuation of this Best of 5 series here at the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for Game 3 of the Best of 5 finals between Alec Sjoholm and Dennis Ikekeregor at the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. Once again, my name is Charles Reinke. I'll be joined by Nits Chagti, leading you through these next exciting few games.
Hey, Charles, I'm super excited about this. I can't believe we are already on to Game 3. I mean, the first 2 games were really something, huh?
Yeah,
I guess, yeah.
We got some really good games here. We've got at least 2 more coming for you in the next little bit. We'd also like to give a little bit of a look to the standings for the rest of the Collins field, these for the finals. but they were still vying for a considerable amount of cash. We see Austin Shin, who had an outside chance of the finals, finishing in third place at 21-11. Sam Rosen, Ben Schonbrun, and a few other big names trailing behind there. I think any of those players would have been worthy competitors in the finals, but we see separating themselves from the pack pretty significantly here. And Nits, we also had some fireworks in Div 2 of Collins. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yes, we saw the winner of Div 2, Eric Fox. He was seeded third from the last, and he ended up going 9-3 by day 2. And then after that, he won every single one of his games, ending up at 28-3. I believe he was 7 games ahead the rest of the tournament. The next contender, I mean, Eric Fox absolutely dominating, just a really beautiful showing from him. He's been playing a lot of tournaments this summer, and it's just incredible to see such great players coming up in Div 2 and maybe moving on to Div 1 in very short time.
Yeah, I think people who know Eric know that his preparation for this has been second to none. It's really nice when all that preparation pays off. I think, Nits, you and I both know that sometimes it doesn't exactly work out how you want it to. You prepare and things don't go your way. Seems like everything went Eric's way in this tournament. So big kudos to him for a huge Div 2 win. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in Div 1 in short order. I think we've got players ready to go here. Again, we're going to see the third of possibly 5 matches between Alec Sjoholm and Dennis Ikekeregor. They are currently tied at 1 apiece. Dennis just pulled out the last one in a kind of stunning fashion, pulling the exact letter he needed for a bingo in an unlikely spot. Of course, if you were to ask him, it was all according to plan. We'll see how this one goes.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I'm really excited about this. I can't wait to see what Alec is going to pull out of the bag. As we've seen the players have switched seats again, we know that Alec is going first. Let's cut to it. All right. Alec to draw his tiles. We're going to get a look at the board momentarily, but until then, we have a good view of the tiles that he will be able to put on his rack. Don't you worry, folks. We'll have the visual for you before you know it.
It looks like we're taking a brief break while we figure out exactly the source of the mysterious monolith you see in the center of your screen. Rest assured, this is not 2001: A Space Odyssey. The monolith cannot hurt you. We just need to make sure it's out of the way so that we can see a game of Scrabble. Don't worry, folks. Our tech crew is on it, probably clicking extremely frantically, trying to make sure that everything's ready for this match. Nits, do you have any? Maybe we could do some plugs while we wait for this to be figured out.
Absolutely. Yes, of course. Thank you, of course, to NASPA for the tournament Scrabble Players Championship. We are here because of them. Bob Lynn for sponsoring this stream. We wouldn't have a sister stream for Just Collins for you without him. Charles, of course, thank you for being here and for being like the best co-commentator that we could have asked for. Of course, Matt O'Connor, Elise Bickford, and Neil Gunn, also great commentators that we've had the past 4 days, now this 5th day. And man, it really takes a village to get this all done, right? Like it really does take, it takes Heidi Robertson doing the annotations. It takes Josh Greenway, our incredible producer, whose birthday it is. So again, happy birthday to Josh. It takes an entire team to get you this stream. So I'm really glad that you guys are here and joining us.
Yeah, and all this work, all these people, I'm sure we've forgotten a few of them, but everybody working hard to put this together. It wouldn't be anything if there weren't people watching it. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Not just this day, not just the most exciting financially, in terms of the amount of money that could be won, but all the days before it, all the games that led up to this moment. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We promise we'll get to the game shortly. Alec versus Dennis will be coming up soon. I think we're still dealing with some tech issues. Still got a little bit of time to kill. I guess we still have more plugs that we could do. We have URLs under our names, Nits. If you want to talk a little bit about StudyCade, people wonder how these players get so good at learning the words. StudyCade is one of the ways that they might be doing it.
Well, I mean, I'm really glad that you brought that up. StudyCade is a website that was created by Lola McKisson. It gives you a way to learn your short words by playing games. And one of the things that StudyCade has allowed you to do is a 24/7 Twitch stream, thanks, of course, to ancient cosmographer Charles Reinke, who created InfiniWords. And I don't want to keep going on about this because it is on to Alec Sjoholm to draw his first tile.
Yeah, looks like we got that monolith out of the way. We've got a full unobstructed view of the board. I think my telestrator is still working. Yes, telestrator is still working. We are perfectly ready to go for this next game. Again, this is game 3 of the best of 5 series, currently tied at 1-1. Alec drawing his tiles. Not the greatest start for him. He's got a V and a U, a bunch of vowels. Not a whole lot of inspiring options here.
Yeah, very close to like a voodoo word, like voodoo, but just doesn't have the right tiles. He's gonna have to struggle with this. I mean, what do you think about either putting Uve or Uvia down, or maybe just exchanging?
I think here it'd be pretty close between something like Juve and an exchange. I would give a slight preference to just scoring some points here. Something like Juve is 14. That's not very nice. It's not a huge score, but it does keep decently with EDO. Downside of making a play here is you're never going to be able to get around opening these double letter scores with a vowel. There's just no way to put a word that would successfully play the amount of defense that you want to play. We see Alec kind of going for Juve here. I think that's the right idea. But certainly, if he wasn't happy with this, an exchange wouldn't be too bad either.
I agree. I kind of like Juve. I think it's fine. He's getting 14 points. ODE is a nice leave. I say put the V out in space, make things a little harder for Dennis, which they might be now that he's picked up all these vowels.
Yeah, definitely not a great start for Dennis either. And I do like this position of Juve. It just makes, you can't put a 7 here. That's just one little kind of defensive consideration. Dennis does have the W, so something like Woo here feels very natural, or underneath. The downside of plays like those is that you immediately open up a spot for 5-letter words to the triple, which, if a big enough tile lands on the double letter, could be very damaging. But the leave after Woo is really good. So I think that looks good to me. What do you think, Nits?
I agree. I like that. I mean, I guess you could also consider something like a vow through the V, but I just don't like that because it's only 12 points. Woo is scoring 19 points, and I think it's totally worth doing. Oh, wow. Okay, he is going to do a vow. 12 points, keeping INOS. I think he wants to keep this a little close to his chest.
Yeah, and a quick simulation, not a very extensive one, shows that this is very competitive with Woo, probably exactly for that reason, the defensive considerations. So I think a good idea. Also leaves this E open for bingos through the E. His letters might be a little bit too vowel-oriented to bingo through that E, but if his draw works out, it could be nice for him. Looks like the monolith has returned.
I can imagine that Alec, having played 7 of his tiles, has played bellowed through the W that was just put on the board by Dennis, and that is going to be his highest scoring bingo. I'm sure he would have played that as opposed to bowled for 68. Some defensive merit to bowled, but bellowed, I think, the better option here. And on to Dennis, who, as we can probably hope to imagine with our blindfold Scrabble skills, would not actually have a bingo on this board if bellowed was played. Even though there's an E out in space, he would not be able to do anything with that.
Yeah, these letters look nice. Actually, in fact, they are nice. They don't go with an E, and they don't go with the L that was opened up with bellowed either. There's no available bingos here. If you can imagine briefly, sort of an E sitting out here of bellowed. Oh yes, the E here. He could do something like Ethion to the triple. He plays off most of his bingo tiles, but it does retain the S, and it scores 39 points, putting the H on the double letter score. You can see that double letter score roughly there on your screen. That would be a nice idea to score some points. We actually do see him set up Astonish, which is not going to play. There is no open S on this board. Don't get faked out. Oop, looks like we're starting to come somewhat back here. We can get a brief. Yep, we've got a clearer look now at where Ethion goes. Nits, do you like Ethion, or do you want to play a little bit shorter here?
I mean, I like it. I also want to say thank you to Josh Greenway, our producer, working tirelessly to get us this visual. I think Ethion is such a nice play. It's 39 points, as you'd mentioned, but I don't mind playing short. I don't mind doing something like OH on top of Bellowed. I like that it's 22 points. I like that I get to keep TAINS. I like that, I get to set myself up, and the board looks so nice right now. It's not necessarily closed off.
Yeah, that's very tempting to put something like OH out there. It just sets up a very easy hook. If you imagine the OH there, it takes an S, it takes an N. The downside, I suppose, is if you're putting OH here, there is some chance that it gets disrupted with a play that puts a T on top of EH, or just Alec is probably going to be zeroing in on that spot. It's somewhat unlikely that that spot stays open. It just, as soon as Dennis makes a play like that, that spot immediately becomes the most dangerous spot on the board by far, by a huge margin. And so Alec, now with the early lead with the nice natural of Bellowed, is going to be playing defense basically as soon as that play hits the board. So I think it's a good idea, maybe against a slightly less aware opponent, or maybe an opponent that was already at a deficit. You could do something like OH. I think it's between that or just taking a lot more points with Ethion. We do see Dennis slowing down a little bit. I think one of our quibbles with him in the two previous games, he went through some of his turns kind of quickly, didn't think about all his options. Here, he's being very slow, being very deliberate. I think that's called for on a rack that's so close to bingoing, but isn't quite there.
I agree. I mean, you're absolutely right. Like the OH, as you had mentioned, it's a little volatile. It's a little scary. I'm interested to see what Dennis is considering. He has the H out in space. I wonder if he's thinking of HOA under Bellowed. Maybe he's thinking of doing something there. But Ethion, for 39 points, he has to see it. But, if you get a rack like this, it looks so close to a bingo that you just don't want to give up on it. It's sometimes difficult not to tunnel vision. It's difficult not to say, I really want to hold on to as many ties as I possibly can. I mean, pulling the plug on Ethion, even though it's 39 and you have to do the equity calculation there, it's tough.
Yeah, it's really tempting in racks like these to just focus on your short plays only and not think about the longer ones. We do see him going for Ethion, which I think we agree with. It's maybe a minor difference, but major stylistically in terms of what it does with the board. I think people who are watching the stream religiously the past couple of days actually might recognize this rack of Astonish minus CS. I think Alec had those exact letters with a blank.
Yes.
And Dennis set up Hoatzins, which I think Alec was able to actually play on the board. So those letters looked very familiar for us.
Good catch. Yes, that's exactly what he was doing with HOA2 to the side. Yes, nice. On to Alec, though, that T is not where he wanted it to be for Enactory. He's not going to be able to put a bingo down on this board. His tiles are so close, but he just doesn't have the D or like the T or the R, I think, for Crayoner. I think something like that. He now has the opportunity to play either long or short. He could play something like OY and do that on top of Bellowed, which is, again, a little scary. Or he could play through the H that has been given to him by Dennis. This would be a 6-letter word, ONYCHA, Onika. And I wonder if he's considering something like that.
Yeah, he's still up by 30 in this game, so I feel like OY would be a mistake for him, especially not just the new bingo line, but also the extreme ease at which Dennis could just play on top of that. The Y is very easy to continue overlapping for 3-letter words. So I would be surprised to see that. If I'm in Alec's shoes, I'm also trying to figure out what took Dennis so long with Ethion. Either
Right.
he didn't see it right away, or he's sitting on an S or a blank and was trying to decide between long and short. If Ethion is just keeping 2 other random tiles, it feels like far and away the best play for Dennis. So there must be some reason why he didn't make it instantly, especially given the pattern of play we've seen from Dennis in the past 2 games where he's played very quickly. So
Right.
Alec might have a little bit of sense here that Dennis is at least sitting on an S. So a little bit more caution is called for, and I think this is a good idea by Alec, scoring well, blocking some bingo spots, and going for more good letters out of the bag.
Absolutely. Now, there's not so much that you can infer from your opponent playing 5, Dennis having done Ethion, but he did play off nice tiles. He did play off the H, the I, the T, the N. Those are good tiles. So, I mean, I'm sure Alec was thinking, as you'd mentioned, about there's a possibility that there's a bingo that could come down here. Now, what he doesn't know is that Dennis is drawn into vowelitis, as we like to call it. This is just a medley of vowels that he does not want to see. And Dennis's best play is going to be something like AIA underneath Onika. There's not much else that he could do here. I mean, do you see anything, Charles?
I think that's about it. He does have to play 3 vowels off, and this does it about as well as he can hope for. We do see Alec very quickly recognizing that he has Fatberg. That is a very stylish, I think a relatively new addition to the dictionary. It's like a glob of used toilet paper that's stuck in a sewer. That is
Oh my
a
gosh.
Fatberg. So that is a nice find.
time. That was beautiful. 21 seconds on the clock and it's come down. That is lovely. Oh my gosh. I really want to see what Dennis pulls out, because I don't know if this is going to be one of those games where we see a trip. Oh,
Yeah,
that would be incredible.
The downside of Fatberg's, it looks like Alec might be holding. We have seen Dennis, he's not really afraid to challenge Alec. It looks like, either being Alec's being released or is taking courtesy tiles, one or the other. Dennis isn't afraid to check these weird words that are getting on the board, so wouldn't be surprised to see a hold here or even a challenge. We are getting word from our producer. It is still on hold, so Alec has simply drawn courtesy tiles.
I guess it makes sense, because Dennis has a 7-letter word that he wants to put there, and he can't do that with Fatberg. You know, he really wants to not have Fatberg be valid. We know, of course, that Fatberg is going to come back with a +5, because thank you to Art Moore, we have this adjudicator, wordjudge.me, and a fantastic live cam set up by our producer, and we're going to see Dennis realize that Fatberg is in fact a word, and Otavas is not going to play.
Yep, nicely found by Alec. It does actually look like Otavas was blocked here, but Nits, it still plays here making fiat.
Oh
I wonder if Dennis noticed that.
Oh, that's incredible. That's a really nice find. Oh my god. That will play. That's lovely. And the only spot on the board, too.
Yep, so I don't know. I mean, Dennis does gain a lot just by challenging that off, even if he's not thinking about the fact that his bingo seems to be blocked. But if he doesn't see that new spot that was just created with Fatberg, it does make a lot more sense that he'd want to get this word off the board. So Alec does get 5 extra points for that. I'll make sure that's correct on my end. Now we'll see if Dennis, I think this is natural, Nits. He didn't see the new spot for it that was created after Fatberg, but he did see that it plays as a double-double. That's a pretty natural reaction to having your bingo blocked. It's just play it somewhere as a 6-tile play for a lot of points. But I think he would really like to see that new spot that was created.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can see why he didn't want to do something from the G. He could have played something like Gavot, Gavot, and he would have kept the S. But I think he wants to keep that the G open for any opportunity at getting a bingo down. Possibly that triple would be what bails him out. He's behind by so much now, by 95 after Otavas, but before that by much more. I'm not going to do the math right now.
Yeah, he's down by about 130 before Otavas, so he was like at a huge disadvantage in this game.
Absolutely.
So he's looking to score as many points as he can while keeping sort of his lifelines open. That would be the G, and the N are kind of what he needs to get back in this game. We see Alec has drawn the J and the X at the same time. Those two don't play nicely together, but if you can get a 2-turn sequence playing off both of those, it's actually pretty nice here. He did have Jared set up momentarily. I think that's a pretty big downgrade from what he's currently planning, which is the kind of weird-looking word Gidgee from the G. I think that's a type of tree. It doesn't really matter what it is other than it takes an S, but that's a nice find, and we see it come down.
Absolutely. And Gidgee, it's 48 points. It's 3 more points than Jared. There's a reason why Alec was briefly considering Jared. It's because EX is slightly better to keep than RX, but here's the thing, that's only statically. For this board, he does not want that G left open. He does not want Dennis putting down 7 tiles and getting a triple. He does not want to risk that. 48 points, really lovely, and he's moving through it.
Yeah, and we see Dennis drew the Q there. Not a whole lot of upside, so I think it's unambiguously correct to play it on this turn. It's just a matter of whether you want to do it here or here. Dennis goes for maybe the slightly more risky spot, but if he does draw something nice under here and Alec doesn't have an I, it's possible that Dennis gets a 40-point counterplay or possibly a 50 or 60-point counterplay here if it works out for him. So this has a little bit higher upside. Unfortunately, Alec does have 2 I's. I wouldn't be surprised to just see Chi come down here as his response.
I like it. I mean, I think it's clearly his best play right now, 33 points, keeping EEIRSX. That's really, really lovely. He's already got it off to the side. And thank you to Alec for telegraphing to us what he's thinking. I really like that he does that. It's nice to be able to psychologically analyze these players when they're actually moving their tiles around and letting us know, okay, this is what I'm thinking of now.
Yeah, although we should also say that if you're ever on stream, if anybody out there, either you're an expert player and you plan to be on stream in the future, or you're an aspiring player who would love to be up here on the big screen, you can do whatever you want with your tiles. The commentators will make it work. But yeah, sometimes it's nice to get a view into the head of the competitors. We see Alec going for Chi. This feels really good. And look at that 1-tile draw, Nits. 1 tile and draws the blank out of the bag.
Oh my God. That's ridiculous. Dennis, though, he's going to go ahead with Grunt. He's going to open up more space on this board. He is down 150 before this move. This is the kind of stuff that he needs to be doing, but it's only 10 points. It's so rough. It's so rough out there.
Yeah, this you can see why he's doing this. And again, since we are in a finals situation, it's simply a first player to 3 wins. Spread does not really matter. I suppose if there was a tie at some point, spread would matter. These players are playing like it doesn't matter. Dennis is just going all out saying, I'm going to try to get a triple here. Alec, try to stop me. It looks like Alec is going to try to stop him.
But he doesn't even have to. I mean, he doesn't even have to play anything big through. He doesn't even have to do his bingo. He can just do like regex. That would be 63 points, and that would keep IS blank. It's a fantastic play, and it's just it blocks that G exactly how he wants it to, and lets him go home with the blank IS.
Yeah, that does look really good here. The bingo he has available actually has they're all the same bingo. They just involve moving the blank E into different spots as X or G's through this G. That is 95 points. Regex is 63, keeping back IS blank. It feels really good here to just rack up the spread by trying to get this big X play and then hitting a bingo next turn. So I think this is a good idea. Either way, no matter what Alec did on that turn, as long as he did one of those 2 things, he was going to go from a huge favorite to an absolute nearly 100% favorite in this game.
Absolutely. Dennis now, he is at 137, Alec at 340 after regex, and he has some weird looking tiles. I mean, he has some plays on this board. I mean, I really don't like to see that maybe I want to play something like Mold, MOULD, down to the side of Gidgee, but then I don't want to obstruct the N. I really like having as many things open on this board as I possibly can, but there's got to be a point where you just, let's see, what is he doing? He is going to play Knob. That is 25 points, and you know what? I think that's defensible. He has been hanging on to that U a few times in these games. I'm not sure how I feel about that. What are your thoughts, Charles?
I think this is a decent enough scoring play. The UM combination does have some small amount of symmetry. I would be a little bit afraid that I'm disrupting this E for eights. You just still do have this E over here, but this one's more about just hitting an ED bingo, whereas this one was a little bit more flexible. So, but again, 25 points. He's sort of trying to get some of the clunk off his rack. I think this is a decent idea. Honestly, his chances in this game, considering that there's really only one big spot on this board starting with an N, just that by itself is not going to be enough to get back in this game. But it's hard to see what he could do that wouldn't immediately be shut down by Alec. That was sort of the theme of Grunt, was try to set something up and see what happens to it. But he's running out of options to do plays like that.
Right. On to Alec now. He had that blank going in. He had blank IS, and now he's picked out GRRU from the blank. He has two possible bingos on his board. One of them is through the R of Fatberg, and the other one is through the E of Bellowed, and that one is Sugarier, and it's for 59 points as opposed to the 68-point Gurriers that is through the R of Fatberg. Now, I like the idea of playing Sugarier. What are your thoughts, Charles?
Yeah, definitely there's some merit to just doing sugary here. First of all, it's an easier word to see. You're going to be more sure of it. Gurriers just looks weird. You might think it's gurriest, and Gurrier wouldn't take an S, something like that. It's easy to get words like that confused. Sugarier does take out this E, which is one of the more dangerous bingo spots. Really only gives back a very specific line through an S. So it sort of starts taking up space that's currently like wide open here. You don't immediately block this spot under regex, but you sort of get closer to the point of it where you could do something like Sugarier and then play parallel to it next turn and start taking away the available space for bingos. We do see Alec lining it up. Even if he does see Gurriers, this is a much more marginal bingo spot. If Alec's just trying to run up the score as much as possible, I do like Sugarier. And we did just get updated scores so we can see all the viewers at home. Alec currently up by 205. These considerations aren't really that important when you're up by 200, but he still should be trying to play this game as correctly as he can.
Absolutely. And Alec now, he has Sugarier on his rack. He has seen it. He's thinking about it. Something is happening on this side. Is he speaking with the director? I'm not sure. He's definitely thinking about the spot. I think it's nice to take out that easy E spot, you know? It's 9 fewer points, but, you know, it's the easiest place to hit a bingo.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense to take this spot. We are going to see the blank designation cam. We expect it to be an A. This game was already pretty far out of reach for Dennis. It's going to be even further out of reach. Alec will be drawing 7 new tiles. There's still a blank unseen, and Dennis hasn't drawn it yet. So we could see this spiral even further out of control. But still, nicely done by Alec.
I agree. Really good find. And on to Dennis, who is moving very, very fast again.
Yeah, and I think this one is a little bit more straightforward. He's not scoring more than 36 points on this turn, and he is getting rid of the W and the M, which weren't really helping him bingo. He's not really doing anything. He's not creating a new line for himself. Unless he draws Honeydew or something, he's not bingoing to that W. But he's happy enough with the current bingo spots on this board that he's okay with a play like Worm. We see he does draw the blank, so he's going to have probably some options, if not next turn, then turns in the future. Going back over to Alec, lots of high-scoring consonants here. Feels like he should be able to make a good play. We'll see. Yeah, he does have some decent options this turn.
Well, I kind of like that he's been able to grab onto some of these heavy consonants, right? Because he has this option of either playing to the right or left of Sugarier, as you'd mentioned. He would be able to keep building on those columns to start blocking the spot beneath regex, but he could do something really nice, like Happily to the side of Otava's, making SH. Now, Happily is 39 points. It's his highest scoring play. and it's obstructing the N to the triple a little bit. You know, I mean, it's not super likely that bingos are going to come down, but that is a floater, and it's a place for Dennis to play through. So now, once he's able to do happily, it would give Dennis even fewer places to bingo on this board.
Yeah, definitely. Alec is happy to see some of these consonants that would work nicely for bingos. In fact, like the P and the H together, very nice for high scoring bingos, possibly from this N. If Alec has all those, it means it's more likely that Dennis is just sitting on 1 point tiles, which we see is in fact the case. Dennis mostly sitting on 1 point tiles. That means when he does hit a bingo, even if it does hit the triple here, it's not going to score that many points. He's not going to be anywhere close to coming back into this game. So yeah, Alec's going to be happy to see these, and something like happily, as you mentioned, it just takes out this O, it takes out this N, scores decently, more than decently. It scores very well. It does everything he wants. So this feels like basically the play to make.
I like it. I like it. I mean, I'm glad that he took his time to think through it, because there were some options to the side of sugar, but I think now is a good time for him to score those points and obstruct that N a little bit. And rough tiles, except for that blank for Dennis. He has 2 bingos that are going to play on this board that N was not completely obstructed by happily. And of course, we have the space under regex. It's going to come down very quickly. Diluti is what we are waiting for. And there we go. 66 points for Dennis.
Not ideal for Dennis, but he does get the bingo in the end. He could do his other bingo, which was you Glennid through this, and it just barely fits on the board. There's maybe a little bit of merit to that, in that it leaves this spot open. There's still a lot of ease to draw. And there's still, it looks like some S's and stuff. So there's still a little bit of bingo prone stuff in the bag where he could immediately bingo in this spot next turn, whereas hitting a bingo here is very unlikely in the future. So that's a minor quibble, honestly. Neither option is going to win Dennis this game, but he could have maybe had a little bit more higher upside in terms of getting another bingo down.
Right. On to Alec. He has FII and PST set out in front of him. He's going to look through his tiles. The thing is, we already know that Alec is winning this game with the way that it's going. We know that there's not much that Dennis is going to be able to do. I can't think of anything crazy that he'd be able to accomplish on this board to make up the deficit, which is about 200 points. It's around like 170 at the moment. Of course, spread does not matter, but if you want to be able to get through the game, not having, lost by that much. So Alec, I think he could go ahead and look through the tiles that have been made available to him. Diluti has given him a spot for Flit, Flit, making ST. I feel like that could be a good play for him here.
Yeah, I think if he's thinking about bingo defense, there's still this S and still this U. Flit basically takes care of those problems, if you even consider those to be an issue. Then we're really only looking at the R of Fatberg as a bingo spot. And you mentioned, Nits, that Dennis has run out of options to create life for himself. That is indeed the case. They have spread out all the way across this board, hitting every corner of it, making the triples really hemmed in and difficult to access. Certainly no triple is going to appear on this board. I would be interested to see, this is more just like a nerdy Scrabble thing. They are within range of using every single triple word score, which doesn't happen as often as you think. So in the absence of a closely contested game, maybe that's something that we can root for.
That would be cool. So we see Alec putting IF to the side, and I see why he might be thinking of that. So to Alec, there are 10 tiles that are unseen, which means there are 3 in the bag. And I think there's a chance that he wants to leave 1 for Dennis to pick up. And that makes sense, right? He wants to play IF. He gets that down for 19 under Diluti. He makes TI and EF. Thank you for your drawing skills. I really appreciate you. And then he leaves 1 in the bag.
Yeah, that does seem strong. It looks like Alec agreeing with your logic there. He's just going to go for if. This does block the S basically as well as Flit does. Leaves the U open, but that doesn't matter too much. And honestly, there's some universes probably where Alec with this leave actually does bingo through the U or through the R. So some upside there as well. So a good play by Alec, I think. We see Dennis has drawn the Z. It's too little too late, honestly. There's not a whole lot of life left on this board in terms of getting huge scores. But as I say that, I actually plug it into Quackle. I was not thinking about this Y in the bottom as a big scoring option, but Dennis does have a nice play there.
Oh, and he has spotted Saws, which is not the play that you were thinking of, but I imagine you're thinking of Zymes, Zymes.
Indeed,
And
yep.
Dennis instead has spotted SOZ, making Onikas, we think. I imagine that's the best place for him to put that down. And there we go. It's going to come down for 47 instead of the 57 that he would have gotten with Zymes. Maybe he sees a good spot for Merc in 2 spots, and that's why he did that. Or maybe it was just a miss of Zymes.
Yeah, I think at this point, Dennis is just eager to get this game over with. We see the score still pretty heavily skewed in favor of Alec, although it's not as bad as it was a few turns ago because Dennis did get his bingo down. The score is currently 457 for Alec, 311 for Dennis. Alec does have the unplayable dip nets on his rack. At this score, you don't really mourn the missed chance at a bingo too much. You just move on from it. Looks like his best plays get kind of creative here. He might be able to play through the E of Fatbird, making a bunch of overlaps.
Oh, that's really cool. I guess I was thinking more towards that Y. I was thinking more like he could do typed TYPED. And it's a common enough word and it's a good enough spot that I think that Alec might be considering it.
Yeah, and I think this my brief Quackle analysis does indicate that typed is actually the best end game. If anybody out there in chat is also running this, you could confirm. But typed leaves INS, which just feels like it has a lot of upside. At the very least, something like INS, possibly something higher scoring even than that. I'm not seeing what Dennis is going to do if he has something through this Y. But if Dennis does have something here, it would get blocked with a play like typed. So we see Alec starting to grab those tiles. We're going to see this one come down pretty shortly, I think. And it's going to be, once all is said and done, a 2-1 series lead for Alec.
Really well played on Alec's behalf. I mean, he has been really just astounding us with his precise play. Just look at how beautifully he's played this game and just really hitting each note. I'm really glad to be able to see a game like this between Alec and Dennis. They are really going and showing us just the quality of play that we should be expecting at this level. It's incredible.
Yeah, definitely. I think a well-played game by both sides. Alec, I feel like, played this game basically perfectly. We did not really have any quibbles with any of his plays. Some of them were, straightforward plays enough, like Bellowed. It's pretty easy to get those turns correct. But just generally, he played extremely well, basically perfectly, and he's rewarded with a really big win here. Once again, have to note that the really big part of the win maybe doesn't matter so much other than it makes you feel good, it makes you feel powerful and competent and all those good things. But in terms of the series, just first to 3 in this game, or in this series, spread doesn't matter too much.
Absolutely. And we are seeing Krem come down. That is, in fact, Dennis's best move for this end game. It is much better than any other of his options.
And it does block pins and gidgeys, which looked to be Alec's best outplay. He could draw this out a little bit more and just play C, PSI in that spot. I think that actually might come out ahead just because it scores 12 more points than its next out, and Dennis is probably scoring 3s. This spot would get blocked, so he doesn't have a lot of scoring options here. That actually might work out better if Alec does want to go out. He just has the kind of weird word NIS, N-I-S, in this spot, which is what he goes for.
I mean, I don't fault him this. It is maybe not as perfect a play as Sai, but you know what? It is his victory, and he's able to just move on to the next game. If if Alex decision here is to just get the game over with and just to chill out for a little bit before he goes into the next round, I perfectly agree with this. This is maybe what you want to do when you want to save your mental energy. Not everyone wants to, like play out the perfect endgame, which is not to say that Alec does not play out perfect endgames. I'm just saying that sometimes you just want to move on, get to the next round.
Yeah, especially in a final situation. It's tempting to just take the easy path. I think we've got an overhead mic. We'll see if they're discussing any post-mortem
So
here.
you're on 508, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Some things to look up. A lot of things to look up this game. These are good. It's not. It's not. I'm glad I didn't play that. Sugar is only one through the E. Nothing through the M. Nothing fit through the O. Nothing in the L. Yeah, looks like sugar is fine.
So what time we starting the next game?
Sounds like Dennis is eager to step away from this one and possibly take a short break. I think that is well-deserved. That one was kind of tough for Dennis, but nicely done by Alec to go up 2-1 in this series.
I agree. I mean, really, all that came down to the game for Dennis was finding that fiat and finding that insertion to be able to play Otavas, and that's tough. I mean, that is, once that spot has been taken by Fatberg and you've taken the penalty, I don't know if you're still looking for a bingo in that location, So we're going to go down for a very, very short break. The player's going to come back for round 4. At this moment, we have Alec at 2-1, Dennis at 1-2. Alec just needs to win one more game to take this home and to get that trophy. Also, the very, very nice $4,000.
Yeah, Alec probably feeling pretty good here, thinking, oh, I can win 1 out of 2 of these next 2 games, but it will all come down to a 5th game if he's not able to take this next one. So we'll be taking a quick break, possibly 5 minutes or shorter, give these players a little bit of time to decompress. And we'll be right back with Game 4 of the Collins Finals at Scrabble Players Championship 2025. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us for that short little break. We are back at the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, watching the best of 5 finals between Alec Sjoholm and Dennis Ikekeregor. We just saw Alec pull off his 2nd win of the series, is now sitting at 2-1, and I think the players are refreshed. They're ready to go. We can cut over and do a little preview of what's to come.
Let's go for it. Dennis, go first.
Not quite updated here, but if you can imagine, Alec has won the last one in exciting fashion. The other 2 games were close. Nits, the 3rd one wasn't especially close. We're hoping for a close one in this 4th game as Alec tries to take the CSW championship.
Oh, I agree. I love the close ones. I mean, they're a little nerve-wracking, but they're always more fun. I think it's nice to see the players just go on and on. I think like round 2 was a perfect display of such a close game where Dennis eked out a win by just 14 points, was it? Maybe we'll see something like that again.
Yeah, this should be a good one. Dennis feeling the pressure a little bit. He needs to win this one, not just this one, but the next one as well if he wants to be the 2025 Collins Division champion at SPC. We see him draw an S on his first rack, but otherwise not very inspiring stuff. Nits, I would not be surprised if we see something like UFO come down, possibly in this spot, set up double doubles, keep AINS. Either that or Dennis could do something like Fusion, just completely move on from these letters.
And he does seem to have Fusion lined up on his rack. I wonder if he's going to go ahead with that. I probably would not play Fusion. I like the idea of playing UFO like he's doing right now. 12 points, and none of the vowels are floated under the double letter score. Go for it, I say.
Yeah, I think with this leave, the upside of this is just too great. So good idea. I guess a slight difference in commentary here. You said UFO, I said UFO, and UFO is in fact an unidentified flying object. We don't complain too much about what words get in there. We just play them. Nicely done by Dennis. We see Alec also with an S on his first rack, so both players probably vying for bingos early. Again, Alec doesn't seem to have a bingo here. He also doesn't really have a ton of high-scoring options, but he does have the B for Bufo. I'm thinking we might see that come into play.
Absolutely. And I mean, he's going to get that down, and we're going to see Dennis respond with, I believe, one of those Tisane bingos. Tisane, one of the stems, the 6-letter stems that people will sometimes learn before they learn all of their high probability words as they're starting out in Scrabble. And Bowl is going to come down, as you'd mentioned. And
yeah, this looks good here.
Points.
Yep, 19 points. It does set up another spot for Dennis to play either Jantes or Tagines. I believe Jantes is a word, yes. So
Yes.
now Jantes is going to be scoring a huge amount, making bowls. That's going to put Dennis at a pretty big early advantage in this one.
Oh my gosh, and Alec has drawn the QU. Look at that draw.
Oh yeah, a QU and a blank, it looks like, to go with IRS. So honestly, a kind of a dream draw for Alec. It is going to bingo next turn. It's probably not going to bingo through the J that Dennis puts out in space, assuming that he does spot Jantes. The other bingo here being Tagines, considerably lower scoring in either of these spots. Yep, and we see Dennis going for the high scoring one. Nicely spotted here. This is going to be a real heavy hitter.
The only thing is that it's going to give a double back to Alec Sjoholm. He's going to spot it, I believe, pretty quickly, and he will be able to hang on to his S when he does that. He could just burn his blank, Alec Sjoholm, for 114 and keep his S.
Oh, does he have some? I'm actually missing in Nits. What does he have?
Oh, never mind. I am thinking too hard about that I over there. I was thinking of the daiquiri, and that is not going to be possible because that is too many eyes. Don't listen to me, folks. He will be able to come down with squaring, however, and that would be 104. Or play QUAIR through the A of Jantes.
So yeah, sadly no daiquiri, although that would be a very festive word. Maybe he'll celebrate with some daiquiris after his win, not sure. Assuming he wins, of course, it's still anybody's match. He does have squaring, as you mentioned, Nits. That is 104 points. That does feel like a significant improvement over Quair, QUAIR, which is only 68. Although maybe you could make the argument that Quair is setting you up with the S next turn, has a little bit more upside than you might think at first glance. It is worth considering here. I would be very tempted to just go for the high-scoring bingo. You never know what could happen if you're drawing 4 tiles, even if you're keeping IS blank.
I agree. But I kind of like Quair. I mean, it's so nice to keep AS blank. I know you don't really want that volatility right now, but squaring is 104, so it's like it's hard to give that up, right? It's really, really hard not to do that. 68 for Quair, setting up that S, though. Awfully nice.
Yeah, I think Alec here is just happy to score 104 points, which is coincidentally the exact same amount that Dennis scored with his own bingo. So they're basically even in this game. It's a little bit less random than playing Quair and hoping for something good next turn. There's also some S's still unseen from Alec's perspective. So setting up Quair could backfire pretty bad if Dennis has certain draws. So I don't blame Alec at all for just going for the safe, guaranteed points here, evening up this game. We're back over to Dennis. He's drawn the kind of the start of some bingo stuff, but not anything quite there yet.
What's most important is that he's drawn that T for Jantiest. and it's up to him to spot it and get down something like Trow, Trow, for 40 points. Do you think he's going to be able to see it?
Yeah, that is actually a little bit of a weird spot. You might not be thinking of an IES word taking a T. That happens sometimes in the lexicon, but certainly not a lot of places. So he just got to keep an open mind with Jantiest. We do see Nigel Peltier in the background pointing and smiling. Maybe he won his last game, not quite sure. Of course, I guess we'll do a quick shout out here. NWL Championship still ongoing on NASPA Scrabble, so make sure to open that up concurrently with this one. We do see Dennis find Trout, so nicely spotted here.
Nice. And I think it's really possible for him to see this because he would have learned the retain plus J bingo. He would have learned Jantier and Nart G, and he would have known if he's been studying, that Jantier, then Jantiest must be a word.
Yeah, I think it's easy to infer if you've done some 7 study, even if you haven't studied it as an 8. Dennis with very good word knowledge, so we expect him to know and find those words, but still a nice spot and kind of a secondary spot you might not be looking at, especially when you've got this J and this U open, kind of vying for your attention.
Absolutely. Alec here, he's got Chub off to the side. I believe he's thinking of playing through the U of squaring and keep ZIOD. Z is such a nice tile to hang on to. It's going to score him well later. He does not have to get rid of it right now. And he will have Zuid later through the O of Trow. So Chub for 42, really great play. I like this.
Yeah, I think he does have to think, does he have anything from the J here where he could wait a turn to do Chub or something with the Z? He, in fact, doesn't have any plays from this J, so he has to leave it open another turn. That doesn't feel good. It's been open probably a little bit too long for his liking. I think Dennis is going to be hitting it this turn if he spots Java. That feels like kind of a necessary play here to get rid of the V and the 2 A's.
I agree. And no N for Alec for Agonize. That Java is going to be a little agonizing. It's 42 points. The game is very close.
Yeah, after Dennis's play of Java, he actually goes up by a pretty solid margin here. He's up by 33, 198 to 165. Alec with the Z in reserve. Does have some options with it. He did leave himself exactly perfectly with Zuid. That was always the backup plan if nothing else materialized with the Z. He might be looking at something over here next to squaring like Diazo or Azido. Something like Azido is pretty safe, doesn't give a whole lot back. So that's 38 points. That seems like a decent option here. He could try.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. What are your thoughts on something like Gazoo, Gazoo? Instead of playing Zuid through the O of Trow, and I mean the at the bottom of the board, if he did Gazoo instead, and the option of Gazoo gives him the leave of DEI, a little bit better than AEG. Now, Gazoo only scores 35. Zuid would score 39. I do like this idea, though. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the leave is a little bit better here. It doesn't open up things unnecessarily. It keeps this part of the board pretty tight. It does still kind of play nicely with this R that's available for possible 8s in the future. And yeah, as you said, it's nice to get rid of the G. The G is not a great bingo tile. On this board, it doesn't have any particular use. It's not special in any way. So it would be nice to get rid of it here. So yeah, the more I think about it, the more something like Gazoo makes a lot of sense. Just moving on from G.
You know what would be really, really cool? What if he did something like Geoid? Like what if he did like GEOID as has been suggested in the chat and he sets up that Z?
Ooh, that would be clever. That would be a nice little spot. I always struggle to see those Z hot spots. I think we were talking about here, putting the O here for zoo. Those are tough to spot. I certainly, like at first glance, I didn't even know what you were talking about, Nits. It took me a little bit. But that would be a nice, interesting idea.
I feel like that would be really fun to see come out. He does have melding though, Alec, but before we do that, we have to see Dennis find his bingo. He's got a blank, and now he gets to play any of his possible bingos, the highest scoring ones coming down from the R of Trow, but opening that triple triple.
Yeah, if I'm him, I'm sitting at a 2-point deficit. It's basically an even game. I'd have to give some thought to whether I want to put a D out here with something like retacked or racketed. That just feels a little bit dangerous. We do see him start designating a blank, so he is planning something. He could also do streaked. That is a little bit safer in terms of opening up triples. It does score 8 fewer, but maybe the difference in your opponent's scores, you have to think about that. How much is your opponent going to score with racketed versus something like streaked? And if it's more than 8 here, a great difference greater than 8 on average, then you do the lower scoring option.
Right.
Dennis seemed like he designated a blank, but now he's kind of thinking a little bit. Let's see what he does.
Interesting. He's going to go with racketed with just 76 points. It's one of his higher scoring bingos, the other one being a retacked. Interesting that he had circled the blank before. Is that not the case, that he circled the blank before he put the word down on the board? I believe that that's not completely kosher.
Yeah, I think that's not quite allowed, but I think a player like Alec is going to let it slide. It's not too big of a deal. We do see racketed come down. We saw the blank cam showing us it's a C. So this is Dennis's highest scoring option, and nicely found by Dennis. Good news for Alec. He immediately has a bingo coming back. He has the very straightforward melding. He's showing off his word knowledge a little bit, going for meddling. I believe MEDLE is an alternate spelling of meddle with 2 Ds. It's definitely a lot weirder. Looks like an error. In fact, you might induce a challenge if your opponent thinks you're just transposing 2 tiles. So a clever little idea here in addition to scoring 1 more point.
Beautiful. I cannot believe how close this game is. Dennis is currently at 274 points. Alec at 276 after this play of meddling. Really well done. And on to Dennis. He has the V. You really like having the V in your hand when you're up by a good margin and you can start blocking the board. And right now, what Dennis is going to have to do is he's going to have to think about getting rid of this V in a way that doesn't obstruct himself too much, but also scores him a few points. And I think one of the candidate plays I really do think would be through the E of racketed. I think it would be VIMEN, Vimen. And what that would do is it would obstruct the triple triple a little, even though I don't think that D is very easy to trip through. But it would be nice to get those 36 points and to get the V off of your rack.
Yeah, I think this does everything he wants. He can't be happy to see the V, but he's going to be happy enough with 36 points. Keeping a good leave, ELP, blocking this double, not just for blocking this triple, not just for triple triples, but just general high-scoring plays to the D, also blocking high-scoring plays through the E of racketed. So it does a lot of things very well on this turn. There's not a lot of other very obvious spots where he should even be looking, honestly. I would be very zoned in on either a play on this column or this column. It feels like you can almost safely ignore any other spots on the board unless you have a bingo.
And Vimen coming down 36 points, and you were right. I mean, I guess he could do something like impenned or limped, but I just don't like him. I like getting rid of this V. This is such a nice, straightforward play. I say go for it and move on.
Yeah, this is a good play. We see Alec has drawn the X. That will give him some much-needed scoring punch here. He is down by 34 points. Once he makes this play, it's going to be pretty close to even. The nice thing about his turn here, Nits, is he does have the N and the G for ING bingos. That gives him a little bit of an upside if he does something like docs, just right down here in the bottom of the board. This spot for ING bingos stays open. He still has the S for chubs in this spot as well, and we can see from the unseen pool, there's just a million E's. That's going to make his leave of AG, NRS considerably nicer if you can draw one of those E's or even just an I. So there's a lot of upside here, Nits, to just playing off the X and maybe one extra vowel.
Oh, absolutely. I really like this idea. Docs seems like a pretty clear play, 35 points. You could do Ox under meddling, making GO and OX, but that's only 30. I say get the points with Docs. It's nice and 35.
Yeah, Alec making that play pretty quickly here. Actually, both players playing pretty quickly here early. I don't think we're going to see too much time trouble as this game goes along. So Docs is the play. We see Dennis drawing what appears to be sort of bingo type letters. Feels like he's a little bit close here. I don't think he has anything on this turn, but he does have, and if he doesn't succumb to blank blindness, he does have a spot for his H here. We see him not go for it, but
Oh, yeah, that'd be so. Blank blindness is so terrible, right? Like it's so hard to remember that C is a C. Hem for 28, keeping EILPR, not terrible, but yeah, you're right. HIE would have been really, really nice. Or, if you'd had a T hang out in space for like herptile or whatever. But Alec now, he's got organist lined up. He also has snotrag, the 7-letter word. That would not go anywhere. So he's going to have to do roasting or organist. And I like organist so that he doesn't have to deal with any of the front hook for roasting. I believe broasting would be one of those.
Yeah, broasting is a word. I think that might be the only front hook, yes, whereas organist does not have any front hooks. Clearly superior in this case. Although I guess there are no Bs. Both Bs have been played and both blanks, so I guess it's kind of a wash here. But he's going organist. Really nice to get a bingo on this turn. The game was feeling a little bit too close for comfort. It feels nice for Alec to just get something down and get a slightly larger lead. We see him picking up some nice tiles. We'll see how he completes that rack. But going over to Dennis, again, looking at kind of bingo letters, but he doesn't have anything playable this turn. Now it's seeming more urgent that he gets a bingo down soon.
Absolutely. He really needed Alec to play roasting. He needed that S out in space so that he could double with Pelleries. And I think that's one of the reasons why Alec chose not to do roasting. It would have put the S right before the doubles. That would have been so devastating for Pelleries to come down.
Oh yeah, good call, Nits. Everything changes after a play like roasting, but hiding the S in this little area of the board where it can't hurt you anymore, that's a really good idea. Dennis now has to do something different. I wonder, this is kind of a tough turn. He probably doesn't want to do anything to disrupt these lines. He'd probably like those to all stay as they are. But himself not holding an S, this bingo line's not really in play. So he's really mostly looking at the floaters of organist. He is at a little bit of a risk here, as if he does something like Olay here, and Alec just blocks alongside if he has the right letters to do it. His bingo chances all of a sudden go to basically nothing. So this is actually, I think it seems a little bit desperate. It seems a little bit crazy. In fact, he could go for Pooler here, which I think is a better idea. Actually, probably considerably better to triple the P and to make it easier to hit E bingos here. But this idea of just making new lines for yourself while these things stay open is generally a good idea here.
I absolutely agree. Pooler would have been so nice. I mean, at least with Looper, you can hope to play something above the L if you're not going to get something below. But you know that Alec is probably going to take that spot out as soon as he can. So Alec's decision now, he can score for quite a lot on the bottom right of this board. I'm going to let you guys find a cool little word there. It's a common word. There are 2 common words, so you'll be able to see them. But is he strategically thinking about blocking what Dennis has set up now?
Yeah, I think he really does have to be thinking about this line for bingos ending in E or ER. Sorry, not ER, that doesn't work. I guess ES doesn't work either because Alec does have the last S. But this is the primary concern for Alec at this point, is the spot on top of Looper. This R is not that dangerous. You can't bingo there, and there's actually no heavy hitting tiles that might damage you other than perhaps the Y. There's 2 Ys and an F. That's really it for high scoring letters here. But in terms of what he should actually do here, that's a little bit more of an open question, because if he does something like pure, which I don't think is, but just as an example, it still gives back bingo lines across here. They're not going to be as bad, but there's still bingo lines. I wonder if maybe he has something here Doesn't really look like it. If you could just drop the P there, maybe rep or something, really go all out on bingo defense. It seems a little paranoid. He's only up by 23 points. Maybe that level of paranoia isn't justified here.
I agree. I feel like something like URE through the R of organist might also work because he's keeping AEPRS, right? So say, for example, a bingo comes down from Dennis. Well, Alec always has the S. He can always hit chubs. He can always do that. And he knows that he has the last S. There's no blanks out. So he's always getting that shot. I feel like this is a really good play on his part because even though, Dennis might come back with a bingo, Alec can just bingo right back most of the times.
Yeah, I guess if Dennis were to bingo here, that actually somewhat obstructs chubs a little bit, but there's still a lot of chances that this works out. He also is retaining ES bingos in this spot, which is really nice. So I think a fish there is justified because his leave was so strong and there's still spots for him to do stuff. We see Dennis not with good letters, not really that close to a bingo. So many I's and E's unseen that it still might be a while before he gets closer to a bingo, but he does make a really nice play here of AU for 34. The only downside is it keeps a lot of vowels and there's a lot of vowels unseen, so it could go badly, but I think this is his only play.
And Alec has seen his only 7-letter word in this rack. It is soapier, but it will not play on this board. He needed something that would end in an S, and now it's up to him to decide if he wants to get rid of that S by playing something the bottom of the board. He can play something for 54 points. There's a really, really cool overlap making Stro, STROW. Or he could go ahead and fish again, play off OA in the same spot where he could have played last time. That was making ahem. It would be AHEM. He could have played peak last time or pack, and this time he can play oak.
Yeah, that does look pretty strong here. His double-double of Palsier is 54 points. That would put him up. It looks like, yeah, he's only up by 5 right now. So he would be up by 59. He'd be up by a small bingo. But if Dennis is bingoing anywhere on this board, it's probably here, and that's going to be a bit more than a 59-point bingo. So Alec probably still worried about this spot. He is in pretty good shape, though, with this Chubbs hook in response. Even if it's not used as a bingo spot, just as a general location for scoring, this should help him out in the long term as we get towards the end game.
Right.
So still looking okay here for Alec.
Absolutely. And I mean, because he has that last S and because it's a little difficult to obstruct that lane, and Dennis doesn't really want to obstruct that lane, I think there's a good chance that Alec should probably just fish again. I mean, maybe he could do something like IO underneath Gazoo, making ZO. That would be 15 points. I mean, it's really hard to, pull the trigger on that after you've just fished off 2. Palsier is a little tough of a find, but I mean, I feel like he could go for it.
Yeah, I feel like if he is going to fish, playing the I feels key here because there's so many I's in the bag. He is holding the last A, so there's no danger of him duplicating the A's. There is a significant danger of him duplicating the I's. So something like IO in this spot under Gazoo looks pretty strong, maybe even stronger than Oak, which while scoring more plays off your A and keeps an I. Also, if we look at the unseen pool, it's not super friendly for bingos. There's plenty of stuff in there, but with the lack of A's and O's, it's really just E's and I's in the bag. There's a lot less flexibility in terms of what bingos actually play in this spot. So Alec, knowing that he has the flexibility of these different vowels, might be okay just leaving this spot open for one more turn. Especially because he can't really score here. His blocking plays are either going to be extremely low scoring or they're going to give back something in response. So I do like the idea here of just going for another bingo in this spot and hoping that if Dennis doesn't have a bingo, let's say Dennis doesn't have a bingo, he's almost never going to play here. This is probably his way back in the game. Although I shouldn't say that. I think I've been working mentally with the idea that Dennis is further behind than he is. Dennis is only down by 5, so if Alec does make a short play, low scoring play. Dennis could make something just a normal play here and be even on the scoreboard. Downside is Chubbs is still available. So Dennis could still win this game without a bingo. He doesn't need to go all out for a bingo, whereas Alec, it feels a little bit more natural that a bingo should be the way to go.
That's a really, really good point. I mean, the board, it looks like it started to close up, but it's not super dead. If you think about the A of Organist that's still available to play through, the C of Chubb, of course, Chubbs is something that Alec will be able to hit to, above Looper, which I don't think Dennis is going to close off. I mean, like you'd said, he's not behind, he's just down by 5, but I just don't feel like that's something that Dennis would do. Or maybe he would, because he's seeing Alec take a lot of time and think through this. And if Alec does play something for like under 20, then I bet Dennis's spidey senses are going to go off, and I bet he's going to try and play something on that triple.
Yeah, definitely the amount of time that Alec has taken on this turn is a little bit of a tell. I feel like it almost feels like Dennis might be able to infer an S, or at least have a somewhat of a sense that an S is what Alec is thinking about here. We do see it suggested in chat that another option we haven't discussed is just POL. That's a sort of a higher scoring option. It appears to play defense. In fact, it does play defense, but it does bingo with a lot of the common draws in the bag with the N's, the I's, and the E's. Something like Aries, the 5 vowel 7 could happen here with an IE draw, for example. So that was another idea. We see Alec going for IO. I think we understand the logic behind this, and it's a good thing that he played the I Nits, because he just drew 2 of them on a 2-tile draw.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is quite a draw. On to Dennis. He has 2 I's, 2 E's, and no bingo. I mean, he has high scoring points. He has high scoring plays, right? But he has to look to the bottom of the board. He has to move away from the tantalizing upper half of the board where everything seems open and welcoming and beautiful. He really has to start thinking about, where are the overlaps? I mean, I don't even know if Alex saw Palsier, and now it's up to Dennis to find something like Ickle or Ick through the K of Racketed. Chem, the CHEM hook can be, I guess, a little easy to miss, but he really needs to see this to be able to keep the scoring pressure on.
Exactly. The C hook is a little bit easy to miss, especially because there's a consonant right below it. So if there's any consonant other than like the K or maybe a T, you would just consider this spot to be totally dead for putting a C there. In fact, the C works very well with the K, and Ickle would be 33 points. That is sort of an interesting little spot to find. We see Dennis, I think, is mostly just thinking about plays here. He has Seal set up on his rack, CIEL. That's another good idea. After Alex spent so long and then played IO for a very low score, just 15 points, Dennis is probably very afraid of a bingo by this point. He would be up on the scoreboard, I think, by a little bit after something like, he'd be up by 3 after Seal. He'd just be hoping that from this point forward, Alec misses out on his bingos.
Right.
So
and
that would be an option.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. That would be, I agree. That would be one of the options. I mean, unfortunately for Alec, the A does not let him play apiaries. The C doesn't let him play piracies. He doesn't have anywhere on this board that he can fit the bingos. He would only be able to put an 8-letter word down because there is no 7 in this rack.
Yeah, kind of a tough draw for Alec. A lot of his draws worked just to play a 7 or draw a 7 with Chubbs, and this one just happened not to. And so we might be looking at a fish next turn, as Dennis does go for Seal. This does feel pretty good if Dennis is thinking that Alec is bingoing imminently. This does block the highest scoring spot. If Dennis kind of has to hope that the S is still in the bag, otherwise it gets a little bit harder for him.
Right. I mean, except that Alec has just seen Palsier. He's going to put that down for 54 points. He does not need that bingo. He's just going to keep moving up with this score. And now Dennis has picked up the F, which I guess has a nice home on top of Palsier. But do you see anything incredible for him right off the bat? I'm trying to see. He has I mean, I guess he could play to the side of squaring, open up the book. There's 7 tiles unseen to him, so he knows exactly what Alec has, right?
Yeah.
So
He doesn't have a chance to fish anymore, so this game
Right.
feels a little bit over. Palzier is actually a really good play for that reason, I think, because Alec knows he's got the last S. He can empty the bag when the only bingo line is either Chubbs. I guess there was maybe something through the A of Organist, but he was willing to take that risk. This play of Palzier basically said, Dennis, you have to have a bingo on this turn or you're going to lose the game.
Right.
So that's what he did. It was kind of a calculated risk. Looks like we might have a director call here. Not sure exactly what's going on.
the clock is being stopped. What we are going to see is that Alec has taken that risk, and that is a risk that I think you can take when you are up 1 game. This is the best of 5. Alec just needed to win 1. Dennis needed to win 2. So that's the kind of risk that you can take. We are going to find out shortly what is going on. This is, in fact, a director call.
It looks like it was resolved, so we'll get a word from our producer if that was anything important or just some kind of bookkeeping or record keeping issue. Either way, really nice idea from Alec to just try to put this game away with no further confusion. Just going for Palzier for the big bingo type score rather than fishing one more turn. That turns out to work really well for him. I think Dennis's best play might be something like Define here, but given that he's at a 49-point deficit, that doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. It's only 28 points. If we play that out and see, yeah, something like Define actually gives back Eddie, so that certainly wouldn't be the best end game for him. It feels a little bit like it's over for Dennis. Don't want to say definitively that Alec is our new champion, but it strongly feels that way, Nits.
I agree. Maybe he's trying to stop something. Maybe he can try and stop something that Alec could play. Maybe Alec could play something on row 6, perhaps making Emu, trying to see if there would be something for him to block. But I can't really think of what might be a good play. Maybe Define just gives back too much, like to the side. I bet Alec would be able to play something like Eddie, EDDY, through the D of Define. So, oh, actually, you know what? Alec also has the word DYE, die, on top of Palzier, making YEER. Yeah, right there. So I think maybe what Dennis could do is he could block that opportunity and he could play there instead. Like maybe if he played something like Fent, making EFF, and then that doesn't give that opportunity back to Alec.
Yeah, that might be the best sequence here is to sort of zone in on what Alec's best play is and then just try to deal with that first. Something like Fent does feel like it threatens outs with DINE remaining. He'd have something like Diane at the very least, or Dine over here, Deny, for outplay. So he would be going out into Alec's best play after that might be something like Dietary through the A of Organist. If he were to play that, he would be up by 45 before Dennis's next turn. So still a very comfortable win for Alec, even after sort of a sequence where Dennis blocks the most obvious spot for Alec to score points.
That's crazy. Wow. I mean, what a sequence. And Palzier, I think that is the move of the tournament. That I believe Palzier is what won Alec this game and has won him, I'm about to say this a little prematurely, the championship.
Yeah, we have seen with these Dennis games, we've seen some very weird last game or last turn shenanigans. We can't rule out any late game shenanigans in this one either, but it does feel very strongly skewed toward Alec here. And yeah, I agree. Palzier is really the play of the series, just really putting a lot of faith in your ability to look at the tile bag, look at the remaining tiles, and determine that there's nothing really that you have to worry about through that A, that you're going to outrun almost anything that's not a miracle bingo. It just takes a lot of cojones to make a play like that, but in this case, it worked out really well for Alec.
Absolutely. And what board vision and what knowledge to be able to see the overlaps, to be able to have the presence of mind to look for something that's not a bingo, to just, not be tunnel visioned, and to be just in the game. That's just really, really well done on Alec's part. He's really shown exactly why he's up here, exactly why he's about to win this championship. He is just an incredible player and just a joy to watch.
Yeah, he's been extremely precise basically this entire series. In fact, I guess maybe I don't have the best memory ever. I don't really can't think of anything that would really be considered a mistake from Alex end, whereas Dennis, who has played extremely well this series also, did have a few things where he could have made slight improvements. So Alec has been totally a machine in this series. We can see why he's up 2-1, and I think soon to be up 3-1 and getting the 3 wins he needs for the finals.
I agree. Just really, I think this was just an incredible time. I'm so glad that we were able to do this together and that all of you guys were able to join us. I'm not sure where you guys are all watching from. I would love to know. I'm personally here from Virginia. Charles, did you say you're in Wisconsin at the moment?
Currently in Wisconsin, one time zone off, which causes me no end of confusion.
I'm sure your time differences are also not super easy when we've been telling you, hey, we'll be back at 2 p.m. ET. But thank you guys for sticking through this. We're going to see Dennis fight this out. It's just a matter of how this game ends, but I would be surprised to see this going in any way that is not Alec's favor.
Yeah, I think Dennis obviously a little bit disappointed here as he scans this board, sees that there's no miracle 40-point play waiting for him. There's not really a way back into this game. I think it would take multiple errors from Alec to mess this one up. Although I guess if you did something like Fent setting up an out and Alec just plays a phony, that could possibly result in a loss for Alec. I think we did see Alec play a phony 3 earlier this tournament, so it's not completely out of the question. I think he played the word RAB, R-A-B. I think with 8 minutes and 30 seconds on his clock, he's going to be double, triple, quadruple checking. I don't know the ooples that come after that, but he's going to be doing all of those, making sure that he's making just a valid word, and he should be able to escape with this one.
I agree. It's just a matter of seeing what Dennis is going to put down on this board. He has 4 minutes left. He has already used up 6.5 minutes, but Dennis technically has all the time in the world right now to decide what he wants to do.
Yep, he's down to 4 minutes on his clock. Maybe as an act of protest, he's going to take a lot of time figuring this out. Alec keeping a very cool poker face, probably has pretty good knowledge that this one is in the bag. But just has to wait a little bit longer or for that title to come his way.
Absolutely. Now he's seeing Fiend. I believe that might be on top of Meddling. That might be making NEF, Emu. Oh, he goes ahead with FE. He's going to stop the DYE play from Alec.
Yeah, so I think generally the right idea here to stop your opponent's highest scoring play. He can do it a little bit more with Fent. I actually don't know if this results in an out for Dennis.
Oh, I think he's thinking of Ind, saving INNED on top, making Def and Emu. So that would be, I believe, his only out. And then Alec here, I believe he's gonna look through, but Alec is now able to play on top of Meddling too. He's able to do Tired, TYRED, or Dietary.
Yeah, I think either of those does what he wants here. Again, he's got to be careful not to play a phony. Even something relatively common like Tired, I would be a little bit hesitant to play that, just because what if I'm misremembering? What if this 5-letter word that I've known for a long time isn't actually a word? You let your opponent go out, and it wouldn't be the end of the road for Alec. He would have to win the next game, though, and it would feel pretty devastating to give up a chance like that. So I don't know about you, Nits, but I would be playing so cautiously here, just doing whatever I needed to make sure I don't lose this game.
I agree. And Tired is the perfect play here. It's just really, really beautiful on Alec's part fantastic find. But maybe I would have been like, oh, maybe I should play dietary because I know that's, like as you'd mentioned, oh, what if tired is no longer a word? And then you'd see me transpose the E and the I. So that's what would happen in my situation.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see this play actually does give Dennis an out of indent. Actually, he did have ending as well through
nice.
the G of organist here. So he was probably just going to go out no matter what. So actually, FE, pretty good play here to set up an out in 2. We see Dennis executing it perfectly, but it's not going to be quite enough after this play of ending for 13 points. Kind of a fitting ending to this match. It's 460 to 495, and we've got a new 2025 CSW champion.
Wow. Let's cut to the overhead mic, folks.
GG's. This is a blunder because I had Pelzier already.
You had the S already?
I had all these. I had Sopier, which didn't play, but I had Pelzier already.
I was banking on the S.
Yeah. And I guess if I don't see that, I'm supposed to block here because I know you don't have the S. I'm supposed to know you don't have the S because I have the S.
Stick.
I kind of felt like I might have thrown the game there. Does the online submission work? Nope.
Okay.
$5 to 460. What a game.
You had everything. This was timely.
It's like I didn't have everything though. You had this. Had this. And like you were matching my plays for most of the game.
You had this. What was that?
For half of the game.
Z, X, Q. The last 2 S's. Right?
I just had more of the things than you did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When it mattered most. I needed 1 S.
Yeah.
Lepo ran with this and he blocked it.
Yeah.
We see Alec getting a hug from his dad. A kind of an overwhelming moment here. Alec repeating after 6 years, doing NWL in 2019, and then CSW in 2025. Way to go, Alec.
Great job.
Really beautiful. Really, really beautifully done. Alec becoming one of the 2 people now who have won the NWL division of SBC and now the Collins division. Just an incredible feat and beautifully, beautifully played. Yeah. So precise and so well done.
Yeah, I think Alec really played that series almost perfectly.
This play is valid.
Can't imagine a player playing better than he did this series. So very well deserved by Alec winning this series 3-1. Also, Dennis putting up an extremely good fight. Other than the kind of blowout in Game 3, we had some really good games in this series. It was
I
really
agree.
fun to watch, and we're so happy that we got to commentate it and that everybody was here watching it with us.
Absolutely. And thank you all so much for being here with us. Thank you to NASPA for making this possible, to Bob Lynn for sponsoring this stream. Of course, producers Josh and the annotator Heidi Robertson. Because of them, we have this stream that we were able to present to you. I'm so grateful that I got to be here, that I got to watch these games. Just what an incredible day.
Yep, these were some fantastic games. I'm sure a lot of positions that we can go back and look at. Not just from this game, not just from the games of this finals, but everything that we've had on stream is ripe for further analysis. All of us can learn a little bit more about how this game of Scrabble actually works. Sometimes these endgame situations, Nits, I feel a little bit in over my head. I need the rest of everybody to tell me exactly what's going on in these games so that I'm not making a huge fool of myself. I can't imagine what kind of stress the players are under. They don't have a whole chat telling them what to play. They don't have a computer telling them what to play. They only have their own brains. But somebody like Alec really only needs his own brain to play a perfect game of Scrabble. That's basically what we saw in this final series.
Absolutely. And honestly, if you're looking for a community, this is one of the best places that you could be. The Let's Play Scrabble channel is where you can watch even more commentary. You can see videos of previous tournaments and a lot of fun times with everyone coming together and offering up solutions to endgames and perfect plays. Go ahead and like and subscribe if you haven't already, and go ahead and go to Charles's twitch.tv/ancient cosmographer. That is another place where we all love to hang out on Fridays and we get to come together and solve words. I mean, if there's one thing to be said about the Scrabble community, it's that we stick close together.
And I will say, if you go to my Twitch on the right day, you might see Alec Sjoholm in chat solving the words with the rest of us. He is a dedicated, well, I shouldn't say dedicated, semi-dedicated viewer of my channel. If you want to rub shoulders with Scrabble royalty, which I think Alec is definitely Scrabble royalty at this point, make sure to check it out. I think we do have maybe a short interview with Alec. He's usually a man of few words, but we do want to get his thoughts here. So we'll see if we can get him on.
Let's do this. I'm really excited. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, Alec, it's Charles Reinke and Nits Chagti here. We've been watching you through the whole tournament and now these few finals games. Alec, you played great. Just give us a few of your thoughts. How do you feel right now?
I feel really good about like how I played, aside from one thing. But like as long as I have 2 9s, I feel like I have a good showing.
And I mean, if you are referring to the play of IO instead of Palsier, is that what you're thinking of? As the
yes,
that was not a mistake. That was not a mistake. That was actually you were not supposed to play Palsier in that moment. So you did great. It was beautiful to see you put down IO. Another consideration could have been Paul, but you know what? We will let you see the GCG when you are done with this little interview. You did incredibly well. Really well played.
You're saying POL like here or here?
Yeah, the first place, yeah.
Here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you actually bingoed very often with many common draws. Since you had the S for Chubbs, you could draw like IE and play Aries and stuff like that.
That's what I was thinking when I kept Apers. Like I bingo a lot.
Yep. Yeah, I think all your plays there were strong. But Alec, we're going to actually let you go. I think we've got another game going on over in NWO land. But man, that was a great series, great game. This one, not just this one, but past ones. Congratulations once again, Alec. You played great.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Alec.
All right.
That was a moment. That was a set of games.
I think I think Alec is really pleased, and he's kind of like me, doesn't put his emotions way out there. So he's not sobbing, he's not running around, he's not laughing maniacally or anything like that. He's just playing it cool. But a really great moment here on the stream. Watch Alec become the 2025 Collins SBC champion. I think NWL is still ongoing. If anybody still is interested in watching more Scrabble, I've actually got it open myself in another tab. It looks like Nigel Peltier is up 2-1. That's maybe a little bit of a surprise. I think Mac was considered to be the favorite, not to diss Nigel or anything. Very strong player in his own right, but Mac was last year's champion. He was the one to beat. Nigel currently up 2-1. They're about halfway through that game. So everybody go over to the NASFA Scrabble channel. We've got a bunch of viewers here. If you're not already there, we can all pile on over there. See, maybe this series will end soon. I think that's going to be a great game to watch.
We have a new Nigel in town, and he is really taking us for a ride. I would love to see what this ends up with in the NWL division. Thank you guys for being here again. Thank you, Charles, for the incredible commentary. And thank you guys for liking and subscribing. Hint, hint, if you haven't done that already. And don't forget, we will be back. Actually, no, we will not be back. This is it. I can't believe we're saying goodbye. I can't believe this is it.
Yeah, this is the end of the 2025 SPC stream. But yeah, once again, thanks to everybody who put this together. Thank you, Nits, for commentating with me for the finals. Thank you, Matthew O'Connor, Neil Gann. I think especially big thanks goes out to Elise Bickford, who covered up for some other commentators who had unexpected things happen in their lives that threw off our schedule. Elise, you were a total hero. I actually don't know if you're still in chat, but somebody should tell her in person what a hero she was. We wouldn't have been able to pull off the stream without all these other commentators, and of course, Josh Greenway producing all those things behind the scenes. And with that, I think we're going to call it here. Once again, Alec Sjoholm, your 2025 Collins champion, still waiting for the NWL champion. So we'll go check that out over on the NASFA Scrabble channel. But until then, keep playing Scrabble, keep doing cool things with Scrabble, and we'll see you next time.